Ladies and gentlemen, I said good morning. Can we have a bright and a sunny good morning? Good morning. See, they say when you come to Goa, life automatically slows down. Even a Mumbai fast local turns into a tram. But please don't let that happen to yourselves, because there's going to be a 2-day journey, an exciting journey lined up over here in Betul Hall. So yesterday you have spent your entire day in the grand ballroom. So from today onwards, we'll be having the proceedings and the speakers coming over here in Betul Hall. So what's lined up in these next 2 days, I'll just give you a gist of it. So we have variety of topics ranging from robotics, cryptocurrency, open banking. Now this is a term that many people have heard, but what exactly it is, that will be unraveled over here. And along with that, we have many of our business leaders from our bank itself, wherein they'll be showing what exactly is lined up in coming days in our bank. So what products we have, what are the major changes that will take place in terms of digital revolution that we say. So that will be showcased over here in next 2 days. So before we begin our proceedings, I would just request all the participants to kindly check their mobile phones and please put them on silent modes. So today is a brand new day, the first session that we have over here in Betul Hall. So I welcome each and everyone present over here on this brand new day. So to begin with, we have a well-known speaker amongst us. So the discussion for the day will be focus on scale and profitability of digital payments. Now to tell you about the speaker, his name is Mr. Anurag Awasthi, Assistant General Manager, Digital Business Group, Payments. Mr. Awasthi has more than 24 years of banking experience in various banks. Mr. Awasthi has done his Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Technology. He's a CAIB and DISA. He gained expertise in almost all key areas of banking. He has rich experience in information technology, digital banking, MIS, expertise in policy and strategy, IT-related mission-critical projects, managing corporate-level projects. He has also been instrumental in implementing BBPS, NETC, PPI, Wallet, IPG, e-Rupee, UPI, and the list goes on. While he was AGM of Payment Business Vertical in year 2019-20, he has taken various key initiatives for acquiring digital platforms, including rural India for digital adoption, as well as instrumental in achieving major objective of digital transactions of government flagship initiatives through Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He also headed Digital Banking and Payment Business Vertical in year 2021 in Bank of Baroda, Baroda office. And he has achieved many key government mission and critical assignments like Good Category Service in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology Ease. So after such a huge profile, I would like to call upon Mr. Anurag Awasthi. So big round of applause to Anurag sir.
So good morning to all. So all known faces, you all know also. So the thing is what we are going to discuss today, that is our focus scale on whatever the profitability and what are the various initiatives we need to do in digital. So those are the things we have to do, and the group of ZDM, RDM. So that is important. Just a minute. So group of ZDM and RDM, what I would like to suggest, you please go through whatever the presentation we are having, whatever the discussion we are having. This discussion will be your KRA for this financial year. So this financial year we have already started, FY 22-23, and our ZDM, RDM groups in our zones and regions. Now, whatever we are discussing will be our agenda for this financial year. So please be tentative for this presentation and whatever we are discussing, and then we will be having a round of questions and answers. So let us go through this presentation. One more thing I would like to suggest here, that you all know there will be a session of our MD and CEO at 10 o'clock. So what we suggest, we will be trying to close each and everything by 9:50. So in 5 minutes we will reach to main hall, and so 9:55 we should be there. So our MD will start immediately at 10 o'clock. So with this, we start our journey, and then please feel free to ask any question at the end of course, the session. Now, if you see what is digital, why digital, you all know. You are working in the field day in, day night, day out. You are working for the digital. We all know. Now, there are last 10 years. Before 10 years, digital was not much in India. But last 10 years, it is adopted in India due to various reasons, and government is also one of the factors there. So, lot of jobs are created in digital area, lot of enhancement were done in digital, and profit. Earlier, the profit were decided based on other parameters. Now, digital is also one of the major parameters where profitability is counted, especially in banking sector. So, as you know, in 2014 around, PMJDY, that is the great mission which was adopted by then government, our existing government. They came with PMJDY, you all know. So with that, our digital started in India, and now it is going on. So we will see the various initiatives. So now if you see, presently, a total 7,422 digital payment, crore digital payment transactions are happening. So can you imagine, these are the numbers where various digital transactions are happening. Do you all agree to this? Yes? Have you got any idea how it is happening, these many transactions? So these are the transactions which happened in year 2021. Now 22 and 23 we need to see, and definitely it is going to increase. Can you tell me which is the major factor here? Which is the major factor here which is driving digital transaction? UPI. So you all know. So like that, we will be seeing what are the various parameters which will be driving the digital transaction. Now if you see the year-to-year growth, if you see digital transaction in India, it is 33%. 33% the volume of digital payment in India has increased. So you can see how fast and what is the volume the digital transactions are increasing. So we can expect this year also the same growth or more than that. Similarly, as you all said, UPI is the major factor where digital transactions are increasing like any fold. See, in our department in digital, we used to set the target, you all know. And the target, whenever we are setting, we think how much target we should keep for UPI transaction. And whatever we think, it is always double, triple, or more than that. So what I want to say, you cannot imagine number of transactions in UPI. So that is how UPI is growing in India. Similarly, if you see, that is the one part. Now, the digital transactions are now moving towards the mobile app. That also you must be agreeing. Earlier it was internet or internet-based applications. Now, rapidly it is increasing towards the mobile application. So that is what we want to say. There will be n number of mobile applications we will be seeing here. And the other one, the most important, is government initiative. So government has taken lot of initiative, n number of initiatives in India they have taken, and that is why our digital is increasing. They have formed a separate department, MITI, Ministry of IT and Electronic and Information Technology. So those departments are also working for our digital transaction, BT. Now if you see, these are the banking and payment, how the customers are related with this. Now if you see 1167, that million plus, 1167 million plus, these are the mobile connections at present India is having. Now I think everybody is having mobile, at least one, whether it is a smartphone or feature phone. So one SIM is available with everybody. Then there are 30 crore mobile production in a year. So why I am saying this data, if you go through, those many numbers are in India, mobile user will be available. And the most important, why digital came into the picture. The main target was unbanked population in India. If you see 2011-14, the unbanked population was 557 million and then 415 million. But now if you see in 2022, is it increased or decreased? What do you say? What do you say? Is it increased or decreased? Decreased. It is not minus. It is not minus. It is positive. But can you tell me how many millions are available unbanked? 190. So is it good or bad? Is it good or bad? Good. So unbanked, see what we need to understand. Unbanked population has to be decreased. So most of the persons, most of the villages, rural India, we need to provide the banking. And the best solution is digital. You cannot do manual banking with rural India. So digital only can provide. Now quickly if you see, 80%, see most of the users of our digital, that is the age of 21 to 35. That is the age where most of the 80% users are using digital banking. Similarly, if you see 66%, this population is using our mobile and internet banking. So the target of our digital is age of 21 to 35. So that we need to see. Similarly, we have discussed again and again 7 times. See, this is the expectation. Now we are in 2022. By 25, UPI transaction is likely to increase by 7 times. So that you need to see that how many UPI users will be there in India who will be using UPI. Again, when we are talking about UPI, it is any application of UPI, any bank application, not necessarily it is Bank of Baroda, it can be any. But UPI user will be by 7 times it is going to increase. Similarly, if you see debit card transactions are also increasing. So they are expected to be grow by 25%. So these are the few criteria if you see. Now this will tell you the journey of what are the various key milestones in India, how we moved towards the digital from 2004 to 21. Now if you see NFS, 2004 NFS, what is NFS? Anybody? हाँ, वो तो लिखा है क्या वो? हाँ? Connected to all ATMs. See, we all are doing inter-ATM transaction. Now, how it is being routed? They have to be central point. So it is earlier it was which were used by this IDRBT. Now it is moved to NPCI. So NFS, all ATM transactions. Similarly, 2000 yesterday we heard our esteemed speaker, Mr. Vasudevan, CGM RBI. So they are governing the payment system. Now what they said, they came with PSS, Payment System Act 2007. Now all our digital transactions, right now, today, any product of digital is being governed by PSS 2007 Act. So that is there. Then 2008 itself, NPCI was formed. Now, can you tell me what is the formation of NPCI? Anybody? What is NPCI? See, I want you all to be involved. Otherwise, it will be one way. National Payment Corporation, how it is being formed? What is the constitution? Now, NPCI is a group of stakeholders. There are promoters who are promoting NPCI, and then everybody is having their own shareholding in NPCI. Now, you must be knowing all major products in India is being controlled by NPCI. 2009, Aadhaar, you all know. Now we all are having Aadhaar. It is being rolled out. It is really rolled out. Then IMPS. There are millions of transactions in IMPS happening. We all are using IMPS 24/7 now. And then it is a best, right now, I would say RTGS NEFT is having its own feature, but IMPS is used by fund transfer, for fund transfer. Then earlier only two cards were there, Visa, major cards were Visa and Master. Now India came with its own in-house card, RuPay. You all know RuPay debit, like that. Then it came to DBT transfer, NACH. So all government scheme, earlier it was being processed manually, now it is straight through process. It is going to account of the beneficiary. And then came to MDR. Now anybody can tell me MDR? Oh, to likha hua hai. Uske aage. What is MDR? When it is used? फिर भी अभी आपने कीवर्ड नहीं बोला है अभी तक के. हाँ, MDR is used. MDR come to effect when there is a merchant transaction. Please remember, whenever a user do the merchant transaction, there will be MDR. So MDR is a merchant discount rate, and basically whenever we do any merchant transaction, merchant is paying to acquiring bank. The merchant is paying to acquiring bank. That is what we call MDR. So that concept came here. Now similarly, 2000 formation of this committee for GIRO based, and then 2014 there was payment bank. You all know the government RBI gave the license to payment bank, and they were having all deposit, and they could not lend, they could not give the credit, or those loan facilities were not there. So this is how we proceeded further. And then 2014 contactless payment. Now any example for contactless payment? Contactless means we are not touching, but the payment is happening. When we are inserting debit card to POS, is it contactless and contact? It is a contact. But now contactless came. Then what was the limit in 2015 that time? 2,000 rupees. Now what is the limit? 5,000. Very good. So this is how the contactless came to picture. And then 2016, it's the introduction of UPI. You all know UPI. And then simultaneously NETC, National Electronic Toll Collection, also came into the picture. UPI, I don't think I need to tell anything. We will see one or two features later on, but you all know what is UPI. You all are our ZDM, RDM. And what is NETC? What for it is used? You all are user of FASTag. Have we got the product of FASTag in our bank? Are you selling it? Are you selling it? Very good. To whom? Retailer or dealer? So please sell to dealer more and more. We are not achieving the target of FASTag. This is our department problem. So I will start from here. We are lagging in. See, our all target of UPI is completed. Transaction, no doubt. Whether you do or you don't do, it will be completed. Okay, UPI user onboarding, आपको मेहनत करनी है, but हो जाता है. ठीक है? UPI activation, fine. But when we come to few other products like FASTag, it is very hard to sell. There are various reasons. Now, since government has made it mandatory, almost all the vehicles are having FASTag. Now only new vehicles has to be given FASTag. So please concentrate on this product. you are going to have a heavy target for this financial year also. Okay? Now, आएगा ना, आएगा. So you have to keep eye on manufacturing of vehicle. So please contact dealer and manufacturer. Now moving to Bharat QR. कैसा चल रहा है ये product? If anybody is here who can tell me the technology of Bharat QR, फिर मैं मान जाऊंगा वो असली ZDM या RDM है. असली मतलब सब असली हैं. Anybody? Bharat QR, quickly, समय नहीं है हमारे पास ज्यादा. हाँ बोलो पंकज. Process by visa may not be, process by master also. Visa भी है, master भी है. हाँ, based on the card. Basically, it is underlined, it is a card transaction, but in form of QR. Now it is different from your UPI QR. It is, you are doing a card transaction, instead of plastic card, you are doing through QR. So that is how. But again, this product is also not increasing, and we are not able to fulfill our target. It comes under our acquiring part. Okay. Now BBPS, you all know BBPS. What is the position of BBPS in our zone and region? Can you quickly tell me? See, I am not going to deliver any lecture. I am going to ask you all only, because you all know n number of time I myself told you what is BBPS. Now again, I am not going to repeat what is BBPS. You have to tell me what you are doing in BBPS. Can you tell me how many types of BBPS transactions are there? What is the concept of BBPS? Quickly. See, you all are our army. We cannot do alone anything in digital by sitting at BCC. Let me tell you. Of course, there are driving, there will be policy, there will be product. I am very sure. See, we may launch n number of product we have launched also from digital banking. But ultimately, it has to be run by you all. You all are our execution hand. You agree to that? Udit, how many years you have completed as a ZDM? 5 years. कम बोल रहे हो? अच्छा ZDM में, हाँ, उसके पहले ECM हो गए. So quickly, BBPS transaction. Are you canvassing BBPS? किधर जल्दी बोलिए. How many types of BBPS? Customer OU, biller OU? ठीक है, there are two types, biller OU, customer OU. Which is profitable for us? Bank of Baroda. Quickly. चलिए. Customer OU. See, always remember, see, if you see the concept, each and every transaction, biller OU is paying money to customer OU. Depends on the category, electricity, water, gas. 2 rupees 30 paisa, 2 rupees 50 paisa. Who is paying? BOU to COU. तो पैसा किसको मिल रहा है? COU को. Please canvass COU. COU, how you will canvass? You try to tie up with more and more agent. You try to bring more and more customer in our server. This is how we can earn. Okay. Quickly. Now, next is of course, so this will tell you all about digital. That is why I am taking more time on this. And then of course, after Bharat QR and all, 2018 PPI guidelines. See, PPI is basically, if you say it is 2011. When first time PPI came by RBI, 2011. That itself, gift card, gift card, travel card, and reloadable all came in 2011 and onwards. 2018 again they have given some revised guideline. So wallet also will be regulated by this. Now 2019 we came with tokenization. Now this is very new. ये क्या है भाई? Without not sharing detail of cards. So actually, which card, which detail you are sharing when you are doing a card transaction? हाँ वो तो चल रहा है. कौन कौन सी डिटेल शेयर करते थे? Card number, CVV, expiry, sub, you all are user. Now, as he said correctly, now it will be not required. There will be a token number generated by the system. Using that token number, you can do the transaction. It is more secure, right? And the last, but not the actual last, there will be many more coming, a launch of e-rupee. Now, this is the last question I am asking you, then I will move ahead. Who can explain me what is e-rupee? Please, I want to discuss, because it is a new product and it is fully governed by Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, Prime Minister of India office. 3 offices are continuously monitoring this project. This project was launched on 2nd August 2021 by Prime Minister of India, and that day only 2 banks were live as a issuer and acquirer. We are proud to say one was Bank of Baroda and another was State Bank of India. No SDFC, Axis, ICICI, nothing. When Prime Minister was sitting and launching, 2 logos were there in back of the Prime Minister, these 2 logos. So that is our all effort by our banker. So e-rupee, quickly, anybody? हाँ बताइए.
Government's account and directly credited to the merchant's account. The main motive is to stop the diversion of funds.
Very good. So what is your name?
Pranjal, sir.
Pranjal from?
Shimla region, sir.
Shimla region. You are RDM?
RDM, sir.
Good. So what you said as a user correctly, but quickly I will take half minute for this. E-rupee, first thing, it is a part of UPI. That is a part number 1. In UPI, it is a concept of prepaid, part number 2. Then there is a issuer, there is a acquirer. So first, government came with the vaccination. Whatever COVID vaccination was driven in entire India, you know COVID last 2 years. So that payment of COVID vaccination was first started with e-rupee. As you said, as a issuer, there will be a corporate who will be giving money to their beneficiary as a prepaid, and as a bank, issuer bank, we need to generate a voucher in form of QR. For feature phone, it will be SMS. For smartphone, it will be QR. And then, as an acquirer, we have to onboard hospitals or the place where the redemption will be taking place. And then, a beneficiary, when it receives the voucher, which was generated by issuer bank, he will go to the acquirer point, and there acquirer will be given a mobile application app, a separate app, not your UPI app. Using that app, acquirer will be scanning this QR and then transactions are taking place. So here we can conclude here. So that is what the e-rupee. Now e-rupee is also extended to now by Ministry of Health for TB. TB treatment, purchase of medicine and their diagnostic. So this will be an extended version. You all will come to know later on. So I am moving ahead here. Now this is the growth of digital payment in last 10 years, 2010 to 20. Now what was the volume in crores, what were the value in crore? Just see here. So it has the volume, it increased from 498 to 1623 crore. This is what the volume increased year by year, and the value in rupees, of course, in crore, it increased from 96 to 3435. So you can see the expansion, volume and value of digital. Now this is a RBI source data. Similarly, the digital payment volume for various products. in bottom of the line, you can see the product. I don't know whether you can see. So there are ECS, NEFT, IMPS, NSCS, UPI, credit debit card, e-money, RTGS. So how these products are enhanced from 2010-11 to 2019-20. You can see the growth. The graph is going like this. Now there is no product which is decreasing. Almost all digital products are increasing. So this is what the position. And though the NEFT came 2011, RTGS came 2010, I think. Now all these products, though it is old, but it is very useful. RTGS, NEFT is used by million of people, and then lot of transaction happening every day. So this is the growth I would like to show here. Now similarly, if you move further, digital, whenever we talk about digital, what was the earlier to digital is always cash. So there will be always comparison between digital and cash. Now if you see, there are now MITI I told you, Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, this is the Government of India department. Now they have what they said, there are 7,422 crores of digital payment transactions recorded in year 22. Now this is the latest figure, how digital transactions are getting increased. So this is, and then by 26, what they are saying, it will be increased by almost 9 trillion by 2026. So this is what we are expecting. MITI is expecting a growth of digital transactions. So there are various studies going on for these transactions. Now this we have discussed earlier also, what is the mobile market and payment growth. Why we are discussing, see if you see these our presentation or our flow for today's discussion, we are talking for digital, we are talking for mobile. Again and again, both are going simultaneously. So mobile market also has to be increased. Mobile user also has to be increased. Reason is, now you all know, you would not like to use net banking as compared to mobile banking. Now quickly, what you are doing? You are going to Bob World, using it. Nobody would like to again and again log in for net banking at all. I am not saying net banking is not good. See, if you compare right now also, there are many features available in Baroda Connect or Bob World Net as compared to Bob World also. But still, people are using more and more mobile banking. So that is the trend. The persons are moving towards mobile. And there are 1.16 billion subscription. And that is how the mobile banking users are increasing by year-to-year growth is 14%. And that is also, if you see, 20% unbanked area. This is the third thing, digital, mobile, and the third parameter is unbanked. So when we are talking about unbanked, what we would like to do actually? Can you tell me? By again and again, when we are saying unbanked, what we would like to do? Anybody? Why we are talking about unbanked area? Because we would like to provide banking services to area where they are still using cash or they are not able to use banking. Now, the unbanked, 20% unbanked area, there is a growth of 14% subscriber as a mobile. So we got the opportunity here to do banking with these persons. Now this is last year performance. मैंने आपको बताया था ना, FASTag. Now, yes, there is a growth of FASTag as compared to June 21. If you see March 22, the number of transactions are definitely increasing. Can you give me the reason why it is increasing? Are you contributing or I am contributing, or what is the factor? हम लोग कर रहे हैं इसको? हैं? नहीं, ये मत बोलना सब लोग कर रहे हैं, मैं वो की पॉइंट जानना चाह रहा हूं. You all are having फास्टैग in your vehicle? है ना? क्यों है? कोविड कहां से आ गया फास्टैग में? Ten minutes. 5. Okay, so we have to move. I think हमको एक और सेशन रखना पड़ेगा. तो of course, due to time constraint, the FASTag again, the government has made it mandatory. You cannot cross the toll plaza. You cannot cross the toll plaza without FASTag. Otherwise, the 70 rupees charge will be 140. So that is the reason. Okay. So this is the growth. UPI again and again, it crossed 5.4 billion in monthly transaction by March 22, and then. Now, if you see AEPS transaction, Aadhaar enabled. See, Aadhaar enabled, you know, this is a transaction which is happening through Aadhaar, your biometrics. So those transactions are including IMPS, especially for fund transfer. It is also getting increased, 492 million monthly transaction in March 22. AEPS crossed 225 million transaction. So this is how the products are getting used. Now, these are the opportunity here. These are the opportunity for digital development in digital payment landscape. Now, if you see, क्या opportunity है? After 4G, we are coming with 5G in mobile, and then API and cloud-based transactions. Means servers will be moving, more and more servers are moving to this technology, and then again and again we are telling this existing government, they are pushing lot to digital. And then new banking technology, of course technology is always there, and then there are continuous innovation in digital. Now that is with the help of fintech. The fintech companies, yesterday we heard 2 speakers, and tomorrow also we will be seeing lot of fintech speakers. So they are helping for increasing the digital transaction, and then e-commerce transaction is increasing. So these are the fintech and all, BFSI, BNPL we have seen. So these are the factors which is increasing our digital. Just a minute. क्या करना है? अभी कितना बजा है? 9:50 हुआ है. So what you suggest? We got 5 minutes, and for our presentation we need lot of time. So in 5 minutes we will wind up, and if you want we can discuss later on also, or whatever the things are. Now quickly, these are our products. You must be familiar with these products, correct? Now these are the targets of your this current financial year. You please you see all these target. Now, payment gateway, Bob World, debit card, net banking, FASTag, BBPS, tab banking, UPI. Now, your work will be going around this product. This year also it was going around, last year also, and next year also. This financial year is also for the same. I need not explain the feature of this product. You all are aware of this product? Right. Now this is the performance of the major products, that is Bob World. If you see, it is increased by 1.6 times that average daily transaction. So there are a lot of transactions. Can you tell me quickly how many activation took place last financial year? New activation in Bob World? 1 crore. And 2 weeks back, it was more than 1 crore actually, but in total we got 2 crore active users. So there was some cake cutting you all did. So now 2 crore active users, and this year target is? So total 3. We have to now reach to landmark of 3 crore. So that is what the Bob World is. And similarly, tab banking. Current saving account opening has to be increased in tab banking. You see, customer also must feeling better here instead of account opening through Finacle. Do you agree to that? So tab banking also need to be increased. RTGS, NEFT, yes, here we are not giving more focus because it is more and more driven by the customer. Prepaid card, ये भी थोड़ा sideline ही रह गया. इतने सारे हमारे पास product हैं, reloadable, gift, travel, but sale is not there. So please concentrate on this product also. We are earning much. And BBPS we explained earlier also. You have to concentrate on where? Agent and COU more, because billers are not giving money to us. So I think here logically we conclude, because after that there is a product-wise discussion, which was bobbled, I think. So what do you suggest? Because we need to move to our MD sir presentation. What is the time now? So we conclude here, and then we will see what we can discuss and your question and answer. Okay? Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Avasthi. So in this presentation, you saw how we've expanded our digital footprint, what lies ahead, and how we can harness this expansion and turn profitable. So thank you very much. Once again, a big round of applause to Mr. Avasthi. And as time is premium, the next session is very significant. The keynote address by our MD and CEO, Mr. Sanjeev Chadda, in the Grand Ballroom. So I would request you all to proceed over there. We'll see you at 10:30. Are the robots over here to take over? That is something we'll find out in the next session. That is robot automation in BFSI by Mr. Nitin Purwar. Thank you. This is Akshay. That's a wrap.
Here's some food for thought. During the silent movie... Here's some food for thought. During the silent movie era, Warner Brothers studio head Harry Warner said, "Who the hell wants actors to talk?" In 1943, Thomas Watson, chairman of IBM, said, "I think there is a world market for 5 computers." And this from a Decca recording executive to a new band called the Beatles. "We don't like your sound, and guitar music is on the way out." The point is that it often takes believing in seemingly crazy ideas to grow and scale an enterprise. And scaling is really just another word for imagination, for daring. Robotic process automation is the fastest growing sector in tech. To date, RPA has deployed over 5 million robots across 2,500 enterprises. And it's growing every day. Here's some food for thought. During the silent movie era, Warner Brothers studio head Harry Warner said, "Who the hell wants actors to talk?" In 1943, Thomas Watson, chairman of IBM, said, "I think there is a world market for 5 computers." And this from a Decca recording executive to a new band called the Beatles. "We don't like your sound, and guitar music is on the way out." The point is that it often takes believing in seemingly crazy ideas to grow and scale an enterprise. And scaling is really just another word for imagination. Warner Brothers food for thought. During the silent movie era, Warner Brothers studio head Harry Warner said, "Who the hell wants actors to talk?" In 1943, Thomas Watson, chairman of IBM, said, "I think there is a world market for 5 computers." And this from a Decca recording executive to a new band called the Beatles. "We don't like your sound, and guitar music is on the way out." The point is that it often takes believing in seemingly crazy ideas to grow and scale an enterprise. And scaling is really just another word for imagination, for daring. Robotic process automation is the fastest growing sector in tech. To date, RPA has deployed over 5 million robots across 2,500 enterprises. And it's growing every day.
process automation in BFSI, we have an expert in-house. And that expert is none other than Mr. Nitin Purwar, Industry Practice Senior Director for Banking at UiPath, where he heads the FSI Industry Practice for Asia Pacific and Japan, having weighed in with different leadership and strategy roles at reputed names like HSBC and JP Morgan, as well as leading consulting firms and startups. He has led priority engagements across Asia Pacific, Europe, America, and Middle East, which is like almost the entire globe. He's a thought leader whose insights have lit up various regional and global forums on finance, fintech, and insurtech. A serial author of blogs and white papers in the domain of digital transformation and automation in banking and finance. If ever there was a perfect learned speaker to put across his thoughts on robotic process automation in BFSI, that indeed would be Mr. Nitin Purwar. So a big round of applause for our next guest, Mr. Nitin.
Thank you so much, Akshay, for that wonderful introduction, and a very warm good morning to everyone. I hope everyone had coffee and you are looking very energized. And again, thanks for giving me and UiPath this opportunity to come here and talk to you guys today, right? So I thought just to bring up the energy of the room, maybe we will start with a very small video. If I can quickly request our friends to play the video.
Here's some food for thought. During the silent movie era, Warner Brothers studio head Harry Warner said, "Who the hell wants actors to talk?" In 1943, Thomas Watson, chairman of IBM, said, "I think there is a world market for 5 computers." And this from a Decca recording executive to a new band called the Beatles. "We don't like your sound, and guitar music is on the way out." The point is that it often takes believing in seemingly crazy ideas to grow and scale an enterprise. And scaling is really just another word for imagination, for daring. Robotic process automation is the fastest growing sector in tech. To date, RPA has deployed over 5 million robots across 2,500 enterprises. And it's growing every day. Now, most companies are just getting started, but those who have begun are changing the way they work. Of course, the history of the world is the history of underestimating the power of what could be. A robot for every person in your company? That's just crazy, right?
So I thought now is the time to reboot work, right? And I don't want to make this a monologue, right? I want to make sure that all of you ask questions, right, through the course of this presentation. But let me actually ask all of you first, how many of you knew about RPA or automation, before this session, just by a quick raise of hands? None of you knew automation? Okay, great. So I think we have few folks who have heard about automation. And like Akshay said, we don't have to fear the robots. So these are not the physical robots with guns we have to worry about, right? We are talking about software robots who are going to help you in your day-to-day work, right? So that's about automation in today's world as we talk about, and how they help you. So I think in today's maybe probably 45 minutes or so, what we will see is how we can apply automation in your world, right? How other banks are leveraging automation. What are the different areas in banks where automation have been leveraged, in India and globally, right? So that's the kind of view, we want to give you today. And then, like I said, feel free to stop me, raise your hand, ask any questions, whenever, you want to do that through the course of presentation, right? I think I can use that. I can use this. Okay, thank you. So like I said, I think first let's hear about automation, and what are the trends when we look at automation, what are the ongoing trends in the market, and what is the impact, right? Bank of Baroda is such a big organization. Without having impact, nothing makes sense, right? So let's have a look at what is the impact automation has made in the industry today, right? Then we look at when we talk about automation, right, and I think we heard the term RPA. RPA has been used, for quite some time now, right? So RPA is not the only technology which forms automation today. So today, when we look at automation, it is a combination of different technologies coming together to solve your journeys, right? To provide you that higher impact. So we will look at what different technologies are there combining together to bring about that impact, right? And then we will also have a look at some of the high impact areas from your own business lines where automation has already been applied, right? And what is the impact we have seen in those business areas. So we will look at some of those business areas. And then, like I said, we will have some time for Q&A in the end, but feel free to ask any questions in the middle of the presentation as well. So now, what does the industry say? What does the industry say about automation today, right? So these are some industry viewpoints from McKinsey, Bain, and BCG. So as you look at some of these data points there, McKinsey says that 44% of all the work in financial services is automatable today, right? What does that mean? That the processes, the way we do processes today, the way we execute processes today, there's a high chance of automating a lot of those steps and activities within those processes, right? Similarly, Bain said that almost 93% of organizations actually accelerated their automation programs, right? Now, obviously, because of this whole pandemic, we saw people working, and automation journeys for a lot of organizations got accelerated in the last 2.5 years, right? And then lastly, I think, what is the opportunity today? So almost 90% of the, executives of, organizations like yourselves feel that automation and AI can actually bring a larger impact. But then they also feel that a lot of them have not yet tapped that opportunity, right? So there's a very big opportunity yet untapped sitting in these, banking organizations where we still need to apply a lot of automation and AI, right? So I think another point I want to make is in today's presentation, we also want to see how we as humans can work together with automation and we can work together with robots. There's a misplaced, misconception, and I think Akshay also mentioned, should we fear the robots coming, right? Will the robots take our work? That is not exactly the case, right? So today it's about how we work in a synergic way with automation, with the robots, so that we can actually amplify our own work, right? Can a robot help me in performing work better? That's the whole objective of bringing automation on your table, right? It's not about removing anyone's job, or it's not about removing roles from organizations today. Now, like I said, what is the impact we are seeing from automation? Why you should do automation, right? Why does it make sense for organizations, banks like yourselves, to adopt automation? And these are some metrics, right? So first, obviously, the first and foremost and the traditional driver for doing automation has been operational efficiency. How you can improve the overall productivity of your organization, right? So if you see today, we did a survey and we found out that those customers of ours who have scaled using automation, they have added almost 5% of overall enterprise capacity using automation. Now, what does that mean for you? You are 80,000, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit wrong here and there, but on average, I think Bank of Baroda is around 80,000 strong in terms of headcount. 5% of that capacity addition means you can add almost 4,000 new roles with the use of automation, right? So that's the amount of capacity you can add using automation, using some of the automation capabilities. So that's a very big driver, right? 5% of the overall capacity addition. Second is customer experience. So today everyone talks about customer experience. Today we talk about different channels, contact center as a channel, email as a channel, chatbots as a channel. How we can make sure that our customer experience improves. Our statistics say that we have been able to improve those NPS scores by as much as 10%, right? The other big one in the room is revenue, right? Everything revolves around your top line, your revenue. So we have seen that organizations have improved revenues by reducing, say, the overall loan closure timelines. If I'm able to close a loan in 50% lesser time, the chances of my revenue increasing is more because I'm actually able to execute more loans in that same amount of time. Fourth one is very, very important, employee engagement. So today, most of the organizations are talking about digital upskilling, right? Now, essentially, I as a worker have almost 2,000 hours on an annual basis, right? So that's the calculation we do. An FT adds 2,000 hours worth of work to his organization, right? With the use of automation, we have increased that number by 300 hours, right? So we have examples of a lot of organizations, and through the course of presentation, you will see some of those examples where we can add at least 300 more hours to your annual, capacity, right? So that is how we are enabling your employees so that you can work together and improve your overall productivity. And then the last one is risk and compliance. As a bank, obviously, you are a regulated entity. How can we make sure that your risk and compliance processes are more seamless and there's a quality, there's an improvement in the overall quality in terms of the compliance work you do today, right? So I think these are the essential drivers for automation today as we speak in banks, and I think we will go into more detailed examples as we move ahead. I think a lot of folks here are a little new to when it comes to automation and automation technology. So I thought I will take a few minutes to also explain what does it mean when we look at automation and what are the different technologies when we say automation, right? So I think someone said RPA. Yes, RPA is one such technology which helps you in automating processes. So the first pillar which you see over here, which is around automating work, automating rule-based work, right? So now let's also segregate the kind of work we do in our organization. So there's a lot of work which is repetitive, rule-based. That is something which is very good for automating using RPA, right? So any process which has steps repeated on a, based on certain rules, we can use RPA to do that. And we have been doing a lot of RPA-based automation, right? But that's the old story. The new story is how we can democratize automation across the organization, right? So you will see that today we are talking about enabling business users with digital assistant, right? If I can have a digital assistant who can actually look at all my emails, create meetings on calendar, or set reminders, that's a truly digital assistant for me, right? So that is something we are championing. If I can enable business users and provide them digital assistant, which can help them in doing those rule-based repetitive part of their work, and then allowing them more time to do more, thinking kind of work or decision-making kind of work, right? So that is the true, mantra for automation. Help users or help business users in doing their work in a, better way, right? So that's around democratizing automation. So we will look at different personas in the banks today. So we have tried to profile what are the different personas in the bank who can actually use digital assistant to their own advantage, right? So that is another big pillar which we are talking about now, right? Third thing is we are also talking about something called as citizen development, right? This might be a new term for a lot of you. So citizen development essentially means that I know that this is a process which I want to automate for myself. Can I create that automation, right? So today, a lot of you would be working on Excel sheets, right? Excel sheets and PowerPoint. Today, everyone feels it's very easy to work on Excel sheet, right? So today, with the maturity of the technology, what we have tried to do is enable every business user in the same way as you use an Excel today. So can I give you a canvas on which you can create your own automation the way you create some rules in Excel workbooks, right? So that is the whole vision around automation, enabling you to create your own automation, and that's where this term citizen development was coined, and we will talk a little bit more about that as well in a little while. And then the last pillar is around AI, right? So today, no presentation goes away without talking about machine learning and AI. But machine learning and AI is a very general term. We will talk about some practical applications of AI. In banking, we have seen different types of AI. You deal with a lot of documents, right? You deal with a lot of structured, semi-structured, and unstructured documents. We need a lot of machine learning and AI to deal with documents. You deal with a lot of data. How we can apply AI in a practical way to deal with AI, do certain predictions, predict defaults, predict predict your customers who are churning out of the bank so that you can take some actions upfront, right? So we will look at how AI and components and AI can be practically applied in a banking scenario, right? So we will have a look at these capabilities. But like I said earlier, so today, in most cases, you will see that a lot of these technologies are coming together. So you would have heard the term called convergence of technology, right? Which essentially mean that you can actually use RP plus AI together to solve a more complex journey, right? So today we are working with a lot of Indian banks where we are automating the whole, say, personal lending journey. Now, personal lending journey, again, is not very simple, right? There are multiple steps in a personal lending journey. You have a lot of steps which are rule-based, right? Essentially, where you don't have to take a decision, right? But then there are steps where a decision-making is also required, like underwriting. So then we apply those capabilities in a way that you can actually solve some of those chunks of problems within the whole journey, right? So this is where you will see application of a combination of technologies together, right? I'll just take a pause here, because after this we will not talk about technology. If any of you have any questions related to automation technologies, please raise your hand. After this, what we will talk about is application of technology. Does anyone has any questions? Yes, sir. Right. So that's a good question. See, what we talk, so there are, I'll break this into two parts, right? So one is, what is the break even for getting investment on your return, what we call as ROI, right? So it depends on the speed at which you operate, right? So today, I have a lot of customers who might have just automated 20 processes, right? You can't break even by automating only 20 low volume processes, right? If you have to break even, you need to scale at a certain pace, at a certain speed, right? So for an organization like Bank of Baroda, you can actually get a good ROI in as less as a year or even lesser, right? So typically my thumb rule is that for automating every simple process, it takes me 3 to 4 weeks today, right? For automating every medium complexity process, right, it takes me around 4 to 6 weeks today. For automating any complex process, it takes me around 6 to 8 weeks or 10 weeks. It might be a high complexity process. So that's my thumb rule, right? Based on working with a lot of banks, that's the kind of thumb rule we have arrived at, right? Now, we will look at combination of processes which we want to automate, and then we will derive at what is the ROI based on this thumb rule, right? But I think this is essentially what we use as a thumb rule for ourselves and for our customers, right?
Sir.
Yes, sir.
What are the tools available in the market, and how to select which is the best for us?
Right, right. So see, I think, like I said, so today it is about bringing different technologies together. Obviously, I represent UiPath, so I will not tell you about any other product today. But I think the guiding principle has to be, choose those tools which can combine together in a way that you can automate more complex journeys, right? Because today what you will see, and I'm very proud to say that India as a country is actually far ahead when it comes to digitization, right? So a lot of banks, if you look at your own payment journeys and some of the other lending journeys, we have done a lot of digitization, right? So a lot of low-hanging fruits have already been automated. What is left is medium and high complexity processes. Now, in order to automate that, you need to look at multiple technologies. So choose a platform which either has all these capabilities under the single umbrella, or choose a platform which allows you to combine with other technologies which allow you to automate all these journeys. So that is paramount for me. Second, obviously, then there are considerations around TCO and ROI, which obviously every tool will have their own calculations which they will give you. But for me, the most important thing is the impact which I can get from a platform, how much I can automate, right? So there are platforms which will say, I will automate 5 journeys for you. But for someone like Bank of Baroda, 5 journeys is nothing, right? You have multiple products, you have multiple hundreds of journeys. So you have to look at tools and capabilities which can allow you or increase the overall scope for automation, right? So look at those capabilities and platforms which will increase the overall scope of automation for you across the organization, right?
Sir, here. Sir, you mentioned about when artificial intelligence can predict if a person who searched for any loans through any website, that will be predicted by artificial intelligence. Do you think that it is safe, sir, giving all the financial data to an artificial intelligence?
I think that's a very, very good point you have brought in, right? So today we talk about ethical AI, right? Now this is essentially where we don't want to leave everything to AI, right? So what you will see, and I will share some examples with you of assisted automation. So I am totally with you that you cannot, there are processes which you cannot be 100% automated, right? And that is where we have come with the concept of assisted automation, where while the whole prediction model will be there using AI, but then you still want some sort of rules and guidelines so that a human can come within the automation loop and do certain sort of review, right? So there's a lot of, so ethical AI is a real topic. I mean, today we will not cover that in the interest of time, but I would recommend do a quick Google search. You will find a lot of content around ethical AI and where AI should be applied and where AI shouldn't be applied. But we are of the opinion, that assisted automation is the way to go forward, right? How we can bring together humans and automations in a meaningful way so that those tasks which can be automated, which are rule-based, can be done by the robots, but those tasks where decision-making, some sort of cognitive skills are required, should be done by the humans.
I have a question. What is the maturity level today of automation, especially in the BFSI sector?
I think you have seen my next slide. So we will talk about the automation, maturity. So what I'll do is, first I will walk you through what are the different phases of automation, right, when we look at different organizations, and then I will also show you where the industry is standing, right? I think that might interest you, right? Where is the industry standing when it comes to maturity of automation? So the first thing is automation foundation, right? Now, I don't want to talk about foundation a lot because banking as an industry is, far ahead as compared to other industries. Most of the banks have already kind of crossed the automation foundation, right, including yourselves, right? Automation foundation is all about doing proof of concepts and understanding the technology. Automation as a technology is already proven, right? So I think we have already crossed this foundation stage. The next stage is what we call as task and process based automation, right? Now this is where we start finding out those low, medium complexity, rule-based repetitive processes. Some examples are reporting processes, right? Essentially what you see in reporting, and guys, can you hear me clearly? Am I audible? Examples of, some of these processes are like reporting. What you essentially do in reporting is collect data from different data sources and put together in a particular format. That is, in a very simple term, what a report means, like preparing report and then submitting or sending reports, right? A good process. Second is reconciliation, where you have to do data matching, pick data from multiple data sources and do certain validations and matching, right? Again, in a very simplistic way, that is reconciliation. Then there are task-based processes, small tasks like, matching certain fields, doing certain calculations, or maybe doing certain, basic rules, right? Applying certain basic rules. Now, these are task and process-based automations, which is the second level, where essentially an organization will start, right? Third is journey-led automation. Now, this is where you start seeing the higher impact, because till the time you are doing small processes and tasks, your impact from automation is going to be low, right? But when you start looking at journeys, right? Now, what I mean by journeys, like personal loan journey, auto loan journey, mortgages, agri loans. Now, when I start looking at journeys in a more holistic way, and I start finding out what can be automated in these journeys, right? How I can increase the overall STP rate for a journey, right? Again, like I said, today I'm still not able to, technology is not mature enough to automate everything. So today I am not saying that you can automate every journey 100%, but then within a journey there are components which can be automated. You have to find those components and make sure that your overall STP rate across a journey can be increased by as much as possible. So that is the third phase where we are seeing a lot of automation happening, and this is where you will start seeing a higher impact. I think someone had a question around ROI. Sir, you will see that when we start looking at journeys, your ROI increases because journeys typically are high volume. As a bank, I don't have to tell you that the volumes you would be getting for personal loans and cards and all of these is humongous, right? Now, this is where we start getting an increased benefit from automation. Last one is, like I said, democratization of automation, where we start looking at personas, right? So I was talking about enabling humans, enabling people. So we have started looking at, say, loan underwriters. How can I help the loan underwriters, right? Today, an underwriter might take somewhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours to underwrite a loan for a simple product, right? How I can enable that underwriter so that he or she can actually do that same underwriting in less than 30 minutes, right? Similarly, AML analysts. how can I enable my AML analysts? They spend so much time in doing investigation and in researching. Can I enable those AML analysts? Now, when we start looking at personas, when we start looking at different people in the organization and enabling them using automation, that's where you are talking about democratizing automation, and that is the highest level of impact we are talking about, right? So these are the 4 phases of automation. Now, just to show you where the industry stands today, right? So today, like I said, almost everyone has crossed the foundation stage. Almost 20% of the banks are still in the initial phases of task and process-led automation, right? 65% is where most of the banks are sitting, which is the somewhere between task process-led automation and journey-led automation. This is where not just in India, globally. So we have 1400 plus customers. This is analysis is around the 1400 plus customers we have globally in the banking sector. 65% of our customers sit between the task process and journey-led automation stage, right? And then last 15% is where you will find that are inching towards the whole democratization of automation, looking at personas and doing citizen-led automation. So this is where the the industry has matured. This is how the industry has matured, and this is where a lot of banks are sitting today when it comes to maturity of using of automation. Ma'am, I hope this answers your question. Awesome. Yes, so in India as well, like I said, this number is reflective of Indian banks. I am again very proud to say that yes, 15% are inching towards the whole democratized. Now, the only caveat I would give is, in India today, a lot of the 65% is where the Indian banks are sitting actually, right? The 15%, I think only there are a couple of banks which are actually in that 15% from India, right? Most of the Indian banks are at the 65% stage, which, believe me or not, India is actually doing much better when it comes to adoption of automation when compared to some of their other Western counterparts. So India, again, is very digital savvy. You will find that we are much better than our counterparts sitting in elsewhere in the world when it comes to digitization and adoption of automation. See, even with China, yes. So China is ahead from India in terms of automation in the manufacturing sector. If you look at the banking sector, they are not doing great, right? When you look at digitization in banking, in terms of automation, I don't think they are ahead from us, right? So I cover Chinese banks as well, and I have seen that their level of maturity is as good as what we are doing today, right? They are not far ahead when it comes to maturity. Okay, so
taking a clue from this, can we have some use cases at that last 15% with
yes,
the mature?
So I will show you.
You can cover that
so
as well.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I think you have seen my slides and you are asking those same questions because I have detailed use cases for each of these phases. So we will talk about each of these. So let's move ahead. Let's look at let's look ahead at some of the detailed use cases, right? But before I go there, I just want to highlight. These are the 3 essential drivers we will look at. Obviously, I cannot cover everything in one session. So one is customer experience. We will focus on use cases which will help you in improving your customer experience. We will focus on use cases which will help you in increasing the digitization rate, front office, back office, middle office digitization rate. And then lastly, I think, ma'am, like you said, we will focus on use cases, where we are helping employees, where we are helping the whole citizen-led and democratization of automation. So we will look at that, right? Now, this is a quick view to all different areas where we have done a lot of automation, right? So starting from customer servicing. Now, when I say customer servicing, it includes all channels: email as a channel, email as a customer servicing channel, contact center, voice-based, non-voice-based customer servicing channels, conversational AI, chatbot-based channels, right? And then all other virtual channels as well. So we are covering even branches. So today we are also doing a lot of branch automation as well, right? So we cover all the servicing channels. Then we have mortgages, lending, mortgage. I think that's the biggest area. If you ask me which is the biggest and highest ROI area for us, it is lending and mortgage today, right? Because that's where a lot of use cases come from. Then we have KYC, customer onboarding. Cards and payments, we will talk about this a little bit. I think there's some interest from the bank in terms of hearing what we can done within payments and cards as a space, right? So we will talk about that. Banking ops, wholesale banking, these are all good areas. We will go into a little bit details of this. Risk and audit, compliance, again, very big areas. Some of my most important discussions today with the Indian banks are actually happening in the audit and risk space, right? This is a very important area for us. And then lastly, digital upskilling, the citizen development piece, we will cover that, right? So we will cover these 6 areas. Again, in the interest of time, we will cover these 6 areas today. So let's start with the first one around customer servicing. So today, let's start with customer servicing across email as a channel, right? Now, why email? Because what we saw during COVID, the number of emails which a bank received actually, kind of multiplied, because people started using virtual channels. Nobody wanted to go to the branch. And now people have actually got into a habit of using virtual channels. So you, again, I'm not sure if any one of you have your numbers of the number of emails you receive on an annual basis. But what we saw, what we heard from banks is their email traffic actually increased multifold, right? So that is where we started looking at automating emails, incoming customer emails, right? So today we are working with a lot of banks in India and globally to introduce something called as smart email automation. Now, what does that mean? First is essentially, if you get a customer email, you need to understand which product that email relates to, or if it is a complaint email, we need to understand that complaint, right? And then second, obviously, I know there is already mechanisms put in place to just do a generic acknowledgement. We are not talking about a generic acknowledgement here. That is very mundane way of automation, right? What we are talking about is if I am receiving an email from the customer say, hey, look, this is a dispute I want to raise. The bot should be able to understand the dispute, go to the system, investigate the system, and then send a mail back to the customer either agreeing or disagreeing to the dispute, right? So that is the kind of level of automation we are looking at. So today I have channels, I have banks who have already automated 20% of their incoming customer emails. Again, I am saying we cannot automate 100% of the things. We have to start small. So banks have started automating. So today almost 20% of the email types received by some of the top banks in India are automated, and you receive an automated response. You will not, the beauty of it is you will never come to know that the response is coming from a bot. And that's what we want to achieve, right? Can I make that response such agnostic that you should not come to know that it is coming from a bot, right? So that is the whole intent around email automation. Again, this is a purely AI based use case. I think like I said earlier, we want to talk about AI in the practical application sense. So this is where we have applied 4 machine learning models. I'm not going to go into details today in the interest of time, but this is where we combined 4 different machine learning models to automate the whole smart email automation journeys, right? So that's the email. Again, needless to say, it improves your customer experience because the amount of time a robot is going to take to respond to an email is going to be much lesser, right? So I think obviously the benefits are known to everyone. Now let's look at lending as an area. Now this is, like I said, the area, the biggest area from where we see the benefits coming from, right? First and foremost, ask from my customers is, can I reduce the overall loan closure timeline? If my personal loan closes in 2 days, can I bring that down to 30 minutes? That's the ask. That's the actual ask from a lot of banks. Can I close my personal loans? And when I say close, it is not just about, receiving an incoming request and sending an acknowledgement. It's actual closing of the loan. Can I do that in as less as 30 minutes, right? So I think that's the intent of introducing automation across the lending journeys, reducing the overall operational efficiency, and then reducing the loan closure timelines, right? So let's have a look at some of the areas within the lending journey where we can introduce automation, right? I'm sure all of you know in India, loans are still very, very document heavy, right? We still rely on customers submitting physical documents to us. That is the biggest barrier today to automating that process, right? Now, which is where any automation for any lending journey will start from digitizing those documents, right? So today you have to look at capabilities which allow digitizing those documents and extracting data from those documents, right? A lot of manual effort goes into validating those documents, right? Checking whether the number of documents submitted are enough or not, whether the information in those documents are enough or not. So we have automated a lot of that process for different journeys. Now again, caveat is obviously retail loans are a little easier to manage, while the wholesale loans are complex. So the handling of documents in wholesale is much more complex, and we need to invest more time and effort in digitizing the wholesale document. In case of retail, I think it is already achieved. Then after you have done the document digitization comes the actual processing part, right, which is the whole originations and closing piece. Again, there are multiple different sub processes. Typically within a mortgage journey, I heard from one of my friends, there are 108 different sub steps in a mortgage journey, right, in a home loan journey which you need to close, right. So there are a lot of processes, and we've done a lot of automation there. Third piece is around persona enablement. So again, going to that whole piece around how I can help an underwriter. If I can help a mortgage underwriter, by the use of automation, by the use of a digital assistant, that will make life a lot easier. So that's the persona-based automation. Fourth piece, again, very important when it comes to COVID pandemic, because we saw the amount of, the default rate increased, right? So default monitoring and default servicing is a very important area. Loss mitigation is a very, very important area, of application of automation. And then lastly, controls, how you can enable your controls. So, we have automated a lot of controls, and we have to test those controls as well. So we have applied a lot of automation in those areas as well. There are, a lot of case studies. Like I said, in India, we have done a lot of lending automation. I'll just take a pause here. Any questions? I think this is a very important topic around lending automation. And if any of you have any questions, I'll just take a pause here. So you say branch level automation, right? Bank. Yeah. So when you say bank level, as in across the bank, right? Yes. So again, without naming customers here. So today when we look at lending automation, it essentially has to start from your front office, right? Because that's where all your documents are received. So till the time you start handling your documents in the front office itself, your journey is broken. See, the whole idea of introducing automation is how can you remove the breaks across these journeys, right? So if you start digitizing your documents in the branch itself and you start your automation from the branch, that is the most, beneficial way to do it, because you will start incurring your benefits from automation from the starting point itself. Right. No, that is there for some customer types. I agree with you. I think what you are talking about is certain category of loans, right? I think we are looking at lending as a broader area, across different segments and categories of customers. Like I said, retail customers, to a large extent, that problem has been solved, right? That, we have aggregations and, we have multiple portals from where we can get customer details, right? Even the Indian government has provided ways of, verification, Aadhaar-based verification and all of that. So for some customer segments, that problem has been solved. So you don't have to reinvent that. I think we are looking at lending in a more broader term, because there are like SME lending. We will talk about SME lending as an area. That as an area, again, is a very unsolved territory till now. Trade finance, trade lending, these kind of, loans which are more complex in nature, this is where the larger value is going to come from automation, right? Mm-hmm. So I see there are a lot of initiatives being driven right now. I think you have to look at how successful those initiatives are and what is the coverage they are giving to the journey. So obviously, like I said, no need to reinvent. I'm actually against using automation where certain capability or tool is already available. So if you have, see, lending as a journey is again a big journey, right? So if you have anything out of box available, you should use that, right? You should look at automation only in areas where the journey is still being, done, say, in a way that it is taking a lot of time and effort, or it is being done manually. So look at those pieces, look at those places, right? If it is already a place where you have done automation or you have achieved automation, you don't have to do anything there, right? Okay, let's move on. So let's move on to the next area, which is around, cards and payments. Right now, this is again an important area because I understand, Bob is also doing a lot of cards and payments activities. Now, what are the different types of automation we have seen in this space, right? So I'm not going to talk about onboarding in this space, right? Because payments and cards onboarding is largely an area which has been automated and digitized, right? But the areas which are still in a lot of need of automation are the areas of fraud management, right? So there's still a lot of fraud happens now where we apply automation in investigating those frauds, right? So there are two types of areas. So one is fraud detection, and then second is post-fraud detection. There's a lot of investigation which happens, right? So those are the areas to apply automation. Dispute management. If a customer has raised a dispute, right? Again, there's a lot of investigation which goes into identifying whether that dispute which the customer has raised, whether it is true or not, right? Or if it is true, you have to apply a chargeback to customer's account, right? So that is another area. So in fact, there are at least 4 or 5 Indian banks, both in private and public sector, who have done dispute management automation, right? Last one is reconciliation. Again, the biggest elephant in the room when it comes to payments. Everyone is still struggling to find that single golden platform which can do all of the reconciliations, right? I don't think anyone has achieved that. There's a lot of scope for automation when it comes to recon as an area as well, right? So we'll look at some of these areas in more details, right? Let's look at reconciliation as a process. Like I said, everyone is still looking at that golden source of platform which can do all reconciliation, but it hasn't happened. My advice to our customers is try to look at the areas within reconciliation where you are spending a lot of time. So one is the actual reconciliation, and then the second is reconciliation exception handling. Today the exception management process itself also takes a lot of time, right? So while automation can help you in doing reconciliation, we also realize that you might already have platforms which are doing reconciliation. In some cases, my customers say, hey, look, I'm looking for replacing a recon application. In some cases, customers say, hey, look, I'm looking to complement my existing recon application, right? So I think automation plays a role in both cases. If you have to automate the reconciliation process, you can use automation, or you have to automate the exception management process. I always tell about this Pareto rule. So 80-20 rule, right? So if you can automate almost, those number of exceptions which form 80% of your volumes, you have solved the problem in a big way, right? So find out those exception scenarios which form the highest volume and automate them, right? So that's what we have done with our customers, and across a lot of Indian and global banks, we have done a lot of reconciliation exception management automation as well, right? So that's one big area for us as well. And then, like I said, I think again across the Indian territory as well, there's we are working with one of the almost all the largest card players in India. We are working with them to do a lot of automation in the payments and cards reconciliation space. Then the second one is dispute, and sorry, I think leave this part of the slide. It's very verbose. I will kind of try to give you a brief, right? So when it comes to dispute management and dispute settlement, right? So essentially, once your customer raises a dispute, you need to identify where the break might have happened, right? Whether the break, say if it is an ATM dispute, you need to find out whether the break happened at the ATM level or your core banking level. So you need to reconcile. There's an EJ file and there's a switch report and there's a core banking file, and then you have to reconcile and find out where the break might have happened across the payment journey. Now this investigation in itself takes a lot of time, right? So you will see that a lot of banks in India, even this example which you see on your screen is from one of the top 5 banks in India, where they have automated this whole process of dispute investigation. And after that is the chargeback process. If you can submit a case into your CRM for application of the chargeback approval, that is something which is also automated in a lot of Indian banks, right? So again, while we think about payments and cards mostly from a customer acquisition perspective, we actually leave behind the whole dispute handling and customer servicing part. That's where we have applied a lot of automation, because your customer servicing also increases your overall touchiness with your customers, right? So if you can improve the post customer acquisition journeys, I think that makes a lot of sense. Right.
ATM, you are having the human intervention
Right.
because you have to find out whether cash access is available in this process or not.
Right.
So, in such cases, whether any AI or ML is available to find out such things, that the behavior of the ATM can also be studied, that this ATM is giving more number of complaints,
Right.
and what could be the reason and how it can be resolved.
Right, right. So it is around kind of, mapping or doing behavioral analysis on a particular ATMs or ATMs available, right? So yes, so pattern recognition is another good use case, not just in case of an ATM, but you will see that there are a lot of, machine learning models, we call it as classification models, which help you in doing this pattern recognition. So if you have a set of data and you have to do certain pattern analysis, there are models available which will allow you to do that. Now the only caveat I will do is, everyone tries to apply AI everywhere. AI is not applicable everywhere. There are a lot of, if I talk about this dispute process, right, the whole investigation process doesn't need AI at all. Because all the dispute investigation is very, very rule based. You have to match data from different sources, right? There's no AI. All you have to do is match. You have to look at 5 different reports and find out where the break happened. It is very rule based, right? But your use cases where we have to do pattern analysis, that is an AI use case, right? So I think when we look at automation, you have to look at application of AI where you don't have a rule based process, and application of RPA where the process is rule based, right? So that is the differentiation we have to look at. Okay. So that's the dispute process. And sorry, I'm just going to do a quick time check. Now let's come to the wholesale banking as an area. Now, like I said, wholesale as an area is much more complex, and I mean, obviously, all of you are bankers. You will understand the wholesale journey, trade finance journey are much more complex to deal with, and a lot of time and effort gets spent into managing these journeys, right? So today, when we look at automation, so I'll pick maybe 1 or 2 examples here, like trade finance as a process. You have very complex documents like invoices and bill of ladings, right? And LCs, again, very unstructured, semi-structured document types which you need to handle as part of your trade finance journeys. So today, there are now when we look at unstructured data sources like this, then we start talking about machine learning models, right? So you have to train machine learning models for doing data extraction from these different unstructured data sources. So that is one big use case for us, which we are solving for a lot of customers, handling of different wholesale and trade documents, right? So that is one big area for us. I think someone was talking about lending journeys. SME lending is another big area for us, right? Not just in India, globally as well, where the whole process of application handling, extraction of data from different types of documents submitted by the SME customers. And then I think the bigger piece is validating the information which is incoming from those documents, like signature matching of all the fields, right? So even in audit, right? So you will see that as part of your regulatory and audit requirements, you need to check all the fields, mandatory fields, right? So there's a checklist, and you need to check whether all the fields within that checklist are submitted by the customer or not, right? Again, a very good process for automation, because that's what robots do. You give the robot a checklist, and then the robot will check every field in that checklist across all the documents, right? So again, a good feasible process from an automation standpoint. And then, sorry, I think something is happening with the screen. Then I think, once you have done extraction, once you have done validation, comes the last part, which is loading of your application into your core banking application. Now, one of the biggest kind of benefits of automation today is banks are still sitting on a lot of legacy applications, right? Your applications don't talk to each other. In a lot of cases, your applications don't even have APIs, right? Now, this is where a lot of time and effort goes, where, there are a lot of users who are sitting and keying in data from one application to another application. A very, mundane task, just look at one screen and copy and, paste that data into another screen. A very, very good use case. I think one of our prime use cases, find out those legacy applications and automate and integrate those legacy applications, right? So that you don't have to sit and manually type data across 2 different application sources. So that is on the SME lending part. So starting from the application inbound application handling to loading the application onto your core banking system. I think that's one of the fantastic use cases we have solved for our customers. I'll take a pause here. Any questions so far? Okay. Let's go back. So if you see, I think what we have done is we have improved the overall productivity by 60%. Right? I think the biggest benefit here, one is reducing the overall investigation time. So if you see, the overall AHT is getting, the average handling time for any dispute is getting reduced by 80%. Right? So today, if I'm taking say 5 minutes for resolving one dispute, using automation, I'm only taking a single minute to do that. Right? So that is number one. Right? Reducing your overall, I think that was your question. How?
What about the manpower behind, So is there any reduction in the manpower while handling this? So have banks been benefited out of it?
Yes. So see, I actually look at automation, obviously you can reduce manpower, right? If I'm improving my AHT by 80% and if the overall 60% of the overall work is being done by robots, that means I'm reducing the overall manpower by that amount, right? But like I said, today when I look at automation, I look at complementing humans, right? So obviously if you want to look at cost reduction as a driver, you can do that as well, right? So if I'm saving 60% of the time, you can reduce 60% of your manpower. It's a simple equation, right? But then I'm also looking at complementing humans. So what I'm looking at, if 5 people today are sitting in and doing this process and say processing 1,000 cases, can the same 5 people actually process 2,000 applications with the use of automation, right? So that is how I'm complementing the existing user base. You can look at it the other round as well. Can I bring that from 5 to 2? You can do that. But as a bank, I know your volumes are increasing, your volumes are not decreasing day by day, right? So how can we get more work done by users through the use of automation? So let's move on very quickly, again in the interest of time. So the last piece is around risk audit and compliance. Again, like I said, very big area when it comes to automation in banking. I will maybe just pick up 2 or 3 examples from here. One is audit. I will give you one very good example. So today we are working with one of the topmost banks where, as part of the savings accounts journey, the internal audit teams have to, actually do 100% audit, right? So they have to open every case and they have to audit every case before you can actually open an account, right? So that's a process we have automated where, we have done, automated all the field level checking, signature matching, signature, signature identification, all of that, right? So audit is one big area for us for automation. Customer onboarding, KYC is another big area. Again, depending on different customer segments, you can look at automating those journeys. My favorite actually is AML alerts handling, right? Again, due to this whole Ukraine and Russia crisis, I think what has happened is the number of AML alerts, which the banks are receiving have increased multifold. Handling these AML alerts, right? So AML alerts essentially is, anti-money laundering alerts. So the list of, sanctioned person has increases and the number of alerts which a bank is receiving is also increased. Now, 95% of the alerts which are generated are false in nature. For those of you who come from the risk regulatory background will know that 95% of the alerts which you receive are false in nature, right? But still you have to investigate every alert, right? Now that is a waste of effort and time. So this is where we have automated the process of alert investigation. There are at least 5 banks in India who are already automating the process of alerts investigation using automation. And globally there are n number of banks. Again, I don't have that count itself. So that is my favorite use case. The last one is around EUC reduction. For those of you who don't know EUC means end user computing. You would have heard the term macroses, right, on Excel. Again, without naming the bank, one of the largest bank, there was a crisis called Blue Whale. The bank was fined multiple billions because a macros failed, right? Now macros is the most tactical form of automation because it is uncontrolled, ungoverned. So today, banks are also running a lot of other kind of tactical automations which are not controlled by anyone. One of the biggest projects we are doing today with a lot of banks in India and globally is consolidating all of those tactical automations and bringing it under a controlled umbrella, right? So today, can I don't know if you have, sure. Hey, can you take the mic? I'm not able to.
New opportunities in the merchant onboarding. So have you done any work on this risk categorization for the billers based on this multiple inputs like transaction pattern,
merchant onboarding?
Merchant onboarding. So how do we do risk categorization?
Risk categorization for merchants?
Yeah, merchants.
Yes.
So
Yes.
just at the time of onboarding and over a period of time you observe for 3 months or 6
Yes,
months data
yes,
pattern
yes.
by looking at the transaction pattern through different channels.
Right.
That will
Yes, so
basically give a lot of saving to the bank.
Absolutely, yes. So I actually showed you in the wholesale part. If you see, we've done merchant onboarding as well. I think I showed you somewhere. Yes, merchant onboarding. So we've done merchant onboarding. So, but I think your question is not just around onboarding. Your question is around identifying the risk patterns for the merchants, right?
No, one is at the time of the onboarding, and after some time, say 3 months time, 6 months time, do we continue with the same categorization already, which is allotted at the beginning?
So that is the CDD part, right? And continuous due diligence.
More than the CDD, it is more like how long I continue with the merchant.
Okay.
See, many times it's not sourced by the bank.
Okay.
Sourced by the aggregator.
Right.
We do not have a direct agreement or relationship with the merchant.
Right.
So it will be like a tricky situation. He's giving you a business.
Right.
You have to continue to do with business with him, but at the same time, the risk is increasing.
Got it. Okay. So what if I have to summarize this
Risk
correctly?
categorization and risk evaluation on
Risk evaluation.
It's
Yes.
automated.
Yes. So see, I will tell you this. I showed you we've done merchant onboarding, right? Now risk evaluation and risk categorization. So these are all like I was answering to sir. Classification and pattern identification, risk identification. These are very specific ML-based use cases, right? Now my pure kind of answer to this is if you have done this in past and if you have data available with you on the way you have done this in past, you can train machine learning models to do that, right? What we have is we have something called as base models. Like I have a classification based model. Now that classification based model can be trained to do this kind of specific risk categorization, because see, your problem is very specific in nature, right? For solving your specific problem, no one will have an out-of-box problem, right? Now, one thing which we are also doing with banks is partnering with banks, because you are sitting on that data. I don't have that data, right? So, can I enable you with this? See, our biggest value proposition, and after this slide I will show you that, is can I work with you in such a way that I can use your data and you can create your own machine learning models. I can't create that machine learning model. I don't have your data, right? So I will provide you that base model, and you can train that base model to create these classification and categorization kind of models.
I got it. Is there anything success story available with you? Can we adopt it?
On the merchant onboarding and risk classification, yes. Even on the AML part which I am talking, yes, I can, we can.
It's an immediate business opportunity. I represent the vertical, so that's why I'm giving you an offer.
Sure. Okay, we can. Ashish, maybe you can note this down. Let's have a discussion on this. Yes. Yes, sir.
So why don't we focus more on AML alert generation? Because 95% if you are saying is the false positive,
Absolutely.
we should concentrate more on AML alert generation rather than investigation.
That's a fantastic question. And yes, I think so. We look at AML automation in two ways, right? So one is automating at the source itself, like you said, right? Can I reduce the number of alerts at the source itself? Let it not come even to that investigation stage. Perfect. We try to do that. Still, what you will find is your existing platforms are intelligent enough and are applying the rules, right? But they are not able to do that. So, and there's a reason to that, right? Which is why they're not able to do that. So we can see, we have done both. We have actually applied machine learning. I was actually working with a Hong Kong bank recently where, we were applying, where we created a machine learning model to reduce the AML alerts at the source itself. But it will reduce only to say 60 or 70%. You will still receive a lot of alerts, right? And it's not just us who have tried to solve this problem. This is a very standard industry problem. Lot of other tool sets have also tried to solve this problem, but they haven't been able to bring that number down to a significant amount, which is where the investigation part comes, right? So which is why I'm saying my favorite use case is investigation, because we were not able to do the reduction at the source itself, right? So we failed somewhere. I mean, when I say fail, obviously we were able to bring it down to certain percentage, but not by a very significant percentage. Okay.
My question is, see, the generation is through the system. You are having n number of systems. You are integrating all those systems. You are putting AI, ML, everything there, and generating it. What extra you are getting in investigation?
No. So see, okay, there's a big difference in generation and investigation, right? In investigation, when the alert, what I'm doing in investigation is not identifying the alert. The alert has already been identified. Now, as part of your regulatory, guidance from your regulator, they want you to investigate every alert, create a dossier that you have investigated the alert, and you have found out that this alert is true or false, right? So you have to do that classification of alert, right? So that is where the investigation goes in. So as an example, I will tell you, alert investigation requires you to go and open, the customer's, say, KYC package, look at the customer's past history of transactions, look at customer's previous suspicious activity reports, as any SAR submitted for customers previously, right? And then you have to create a dossier of all the information which you collect, and then determine whether the alert can be closed or not, right? So this is a regulatory activity. So it's not like, so if I can automate the whole process of reducing the false positives, I will do that. But even after that, investigation is still required for those alerts which are generated, right? And that's where automation helps you. Okay.
Hello. In continuing this question,
sorry, I think I'm just guessing, Chase, that you have already overshot the time, but yes, I will take the question. Yes, please go ahead.
Just investigation is in process for specifically a KYC and AML related. See, and investigation requires a rule-based approach to act accordingly. So if all these rules can be integrated at the time of alert generation, does this any further investigation required? Because when you mentioned about dossier, I think dossier is an area of activity which is performed which may not be regulatory compliance. Compliance may be certain things, only that compliance focus on identifying the false positive and treating them separately. So to reduce the false positive, I think if that can be done, then number of false positive can be brought down drastically.
No, so see, okay. I think the difference between what you are saying, and maybe we can have a chat after this session also, when I'm doing an alert investigation, the decisioning is still being done by the human. I'm actually creating a dossier so that the human can take the decision quickly. The bot here is only creating the dossier and then providing it to the human. So this is an example of assisted automation, where I'm actually enabling the ML analyst to take the decision quickly. The bot is not making the decision here. That's the difference. To your point, this can be integrated with your generation system itself, but the decisions is still going to be done by the human here, right? Ashish, we will take this up afterward. Maybe, sir, we will actually discuss this after the session also. Yeah? Last one, and I think there was a specific request to talk about areas of citizen development and democratization of automation. So again, in the interest of time, what I will show you is, if you see on your screen, so today we have started talking about digital upskilling, right? And we have started to identify what are the personas which are most suitable for digital upskilling, right? So today, most of the organizations and banks have an agenda to improve their digital upskilling rate. Automation as an enabler is helping these personas, right? And again, don't consider this as a full list. This is just a sample kind of a view of different personas who can be enabled using automation, right? So like in branches, you have branch sales agent, you have customer servicing agent. In contact center, you have voice, non-voice agents. In lending, you have originations agents, servicing agents, right? In payments, you have dispute investigation and settlement analysts. So these are all examples of personas, right? which can be enabled using automation. So today, if I have to increase the universe and scope of automation, I need to look at more and more personas in the bank who can be enabled using automation, right? So again, this is just a sample list of some of those personas. You as a bank have to sit down and prioritize which personas should be enabled using automation, using digital assistant, right? And that's the near future where these personas will start consuming automation as well as developing automation, right? So that's the near future vision for us. Lastly, I think, we'll close it here. For us, the vision of a fully automated bank is someone who looks at automation and AI as the first go-to approach, right? So if you have a process, look at automation and AI and how you can integrate that with, a human workforce. Look at a more scalable and nimble model. Now what happens is there are processes where the volumes are very high at the end of the month, but then low, say, in the middle of the month. So look at automation to augment those processes, because you don't want to put a human for doing a process where the volume variations are very high and low, right? Building digital future workers, this is where your whole concept of enabling your, workforce comes. And then lastly, omni-channel customer experience, how you can, introduce automation across different customer channels to standardize customer experience, right? So today, your customers prefer coming through any channel, but they prefer a single unified experience across any of those channels. So you should use automation in a way that you can standardize that customer experience across each of those channels, right? So I will leave it at here. I'm not sure if this was too heavy or it made sense to you. But if you have any questions, I think me and my team are around here. We will be happy to take any specific questions any of you might have, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Check. Hey. Sir, when we talk about SME lending, sir, we have to approach each business with a different mindset, and there is no proper standard checklist.
Right, right.
So, sir, is there any bank that falls in that 15% category which has actually, like for case study, which has actually been able to automate SME lending?
Right. So there are 40 banks in US.
Sir, could you please give us a
I will give you names when we talk. I cannot take the names in an open forum, but let's talk. I will give you the names as well. In India, there are more than 10 banks with us who have, without even going there, right? I have been telling throughout the presentation, there's nothing like 100% automation, right? The low-hanging fruits which can be 100% automated are mostly gone, right? So today we have to look at automation to complement your journeys with humans, right? So today, when I say SME lending as an area, I will not have a single example where I can say I have 100% automated all the steps in the SME lending journey. What I have done is, if there are 50 steps in the SME lending process, 30 are being done by the robot and 20 are being done by the human, right? That's where the whole complementing is working well. So earlier, when we used to talk about automation, it was all about straight through process. I think when you said RPA is used for standardized process, that is like 4 or 5 years back kind of mindset, where you apply RPA only for those scenarios where you can automate 100% of the steps. That era is gone, because most of the low-hanging fruits, either through RPA or through certain other alternate automated mechanism, have been automated, right? So now you look at more complex processes where you bring robots and humans together to automate. Yes. So the things like decision making and underwriting process, no bank is comfortable to let the robot underwrite a SME lending journey, right? You need a human to at least give a final tick, and that's where the whole assisted piece of automation makes sense.
So there are cases when we have to make a credit decision regardless of suppose factors like credit history, because we are looking for better business opportunity.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. See, so these kind of concepts, right, even only a human can do, right? You can't expect a bot to understand all of those nuances. So which is where I'm saying our best examples of underwriting automation are where we are actually pooling all the information for the underwriter. So now, again, can I take 2 more minutes? If I have to give an example of an underwriter, right? So like I said, if I have to break up the overall activity of what an underwriter does, right? So typically, if an underwriter takes 2 hours for underwriting a loan, 30 to 40 minutes of that actually goes in collecting the information. Now that's the part which I want to automate, right? So if I can automate the collection of information using robots and leave the whole remaining 1 hour for the underwriter to think and make that decision, that's how I'm bringing down that whole underwriting time from 2 hours down to 1 hour, right? Because the whole process of collecting information has been automated. So that's the automation we are talking about here.
Right from savings account, which is already automated, like a lot of people can open the account
Right.
sitting at the home.
Right.
The same could happen with the current account as well, because if you have an
Yes.
API, if you have an interface between our banking software and with the government sites, you can take all the documents online and you can get the signatures and it can be done. And same with housing loans, wherein you have the ITR, and same with the vehicle loans. It's all about, apart from SME lending is what I feel,
Yes.
all the process could be automated. So, I mean, that is a race which is right now in India is going on between the fintech and the bank. Who is going to be, win the race with the automation and with the digitalization?
Right.
For example, ACO has already started, they are doing it with the housing loan process with as less documents as possible.
Right.
So, I mean, what do you think, in the future, how long it will take a public sector or a private sector bank to reach in a level wherein, apart from SME lending, all the process could be automated, wherein the banking, the branch people can be concentrating only from the work which, apart from the operations, like all other works. When do you think, whether it will be...
So see, I think there's a big difference in the way fintech started and a traditional bank like yourself started. Now, the biggest challenge for you is not just automating the journey. It is handling the legacy you have, right? Now, as a bank, you can't say that I will just switch over to a journey which is comparable to a fintech journey, right? So it will, to my, my experience has been, banks have started looking at, journeys and automating those journeys to compete with the fintechs, right? Whether we will come to a point of as close to fintech is a little difficult to answer, because the application landscape for fintechs is very different, as compared to your bank, right? So even, like I said, today I'm working with a lot of private sector banks in India, where I'm working on personal loan journeys, I'm working on, cards journeys, I'm working on a lot of, auto loan journeys, where I'm looking to reduce that overall lending timeline and bring it as close to a fintech as possible, right? See, the other thing is, you as a bank have a lot of credibility tied to you as well, right? So it's not just about that time also, right? So a fintech might claim that I will close a loan in 2 minutes, but still there are a lot of customers who will not go because that credibility is not there. So it's a balance between your credibility and the overall time, right? So maybe the time, if you can bring the time to say 1 day, and still a customer will come to you, then a fintech, right? So it's a combination. I mean, see, like I said, competing yourself with fintech and creating your journey so much straight through as a fintech is very difficult because of all the legacy on top of which you are sitting today.
No, more than the competition, what I feel is it's about the requirement of, for example, urban population. They don't have the time or the nerves to come to the branch and to give all the documents, whatever has been required, and they don't afford to have 2 to 3 days to take a holiday and come
Right.
for this thing. So it's about the requirement. So how long the bank will take to...
So see,
achieve the level
what
of-
you are talking about is the front channel, right? The customer acquisition part, right? That essentially is that essentially banks are reaching already, right? So you will see that even Bank of Baroda and a lot of other traditional banks have started changing their traditional customer acquisition models and are competing with fintech today. The problem is not bringing the customer to your system. The problem is closing the loan, because the whole closing process is what takes time. So when I said front to back digitization, it is about how you can integrate your customer acquisition with the closing very quickly. Now that's where we have to work and automate a lot of things together. And that's where the fintech have the advantage, because their customer acquisition today is already tied up with their closing as well. For you, it is very disparate. For you, might have a separate system for customer acquisition, and you will have 10 different systems for closing. That's where we have to bridge the gap today. I think. No, I think again, like I said, me and my team, if Ashish and Vineet, if you can stand up and raise your hand, Ashish again is a ex-banker, a very seasoned banker who has joined UiPath recently. He can take any questions. Vineet obviously is our go-to point when it comes to relationship with Bank of Baroda. So if you, I think, if any of you have any further questions or, anything else, please, all three of us will be here throughout the day. We will be happy to do any conversations and take up any other questions which you might have. Again, really thank you for giving this opportunity. I really like the way you guys made this session interactive. Really happy to be part of this conclave with Bank of Baroda. Thank you so much, guys.
So that was Mr. Purwar. So thank you very much, sir, to getting, first of all, to getting rid of my fear that I first expressed over here. And also thanks a lot for such a vast and enriching session that we had over here. So a big round of applause to Mr. Purwar. And I think the last coffee break was really stimulating one because the audience participation was really great. So again, a round of applause to everyone present over here. The participation was really good, and question and answer sessions, I suppose most of them have already put across. So, if we see the session, it was such a vast one. Summarizing it would be a bit difficult. But correct me if I'm wrong. I would like to make a statement which might sound a bit of antithesis, but I think robotic process automation, it will surely help humans become more human at work with what we've seen over here. So that is something I draw out of this session. And now I would request our General Manager, Head Digital Operations, KV Sheetal ma'am, to come on the stage to kindly felicitate the Speaker of the Hour, Mr. Nitin Purwar. So that's Mr. Nitin Purwar. So that's it with this session. We'll be again assembling around 12:35 for the next session, which is the case studies of digital partnerships. Now, when a customer or a client comes knocking at our doors, how do we solve his problems and leverage the digital solutions available at our disposal? So that is something that we'll be discussing in the next session, which will be taken by Mr. Arun Kumar, Head Digital Business, Partnerships and Innovations. So hope to see you at around 12:35. And looking at the past coffee and tea break experience, we have another set of round served downstairs. So you can surely have some tea and coffee and join back soon. Thank you. Hello. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the coffee break was energizing. Can I hear some noise? Yes. Okay. So, to begin, before we begin this session, I would just like to have a bit of attendance that everyone is present over here. So, just give a yes when I say when I ask you a question. So, is everyone with me? A louder yes. Yeah. See, there's going to be a lunch break. तो थोड़ा सा एनर्जी इतना भी कंजर्व मत कीजिए. Can we have a big yes? Okay. So to begin with, as the Bob World Digital Conclave 2022 continues to unravel, it is indeed a delight and perfectly contextual to welcome Mr. Arun Kumar. He is, after all, one of the biggest driving forces behind organization of this conclave. Now, before leaving you all for the coffee break, I told you all, client knocking at our doors with his problem is like a run-of-mill thing at our bank or any of the banks. Now, that is like an ordinary day that everyone might have. But accommodating this client, understanding this client, and finally delivering something beyond his expectation, now that is something that poses as a big challenge for us. And when such challenges are addressed and successfully delivered, so such challenges turn into successful case studies. And today, we have Mr. Arun Kumar to discuss such case studies with us. Head of Digital Business, Partnerships and Innovations, he is focused on creating high-impact partnerships and collaborations that build upon banks' existing digital platforms and channels. An effective leader steering business growth with an eye for identifying and penetrating new market segments, creating journeys and leading initiatives. He leverages both technology as well as marketing. His leadership style is all about empowerment and inclusivity, as much as disruption that provokes a positive change. He thrives in nimble and fast-paced corporate environments that are passionate about people and foster new ideas. So today, our third speaker for the day is Mr. Arun Kumar, who will be discussing the case studies on digital partnerships. So big round of applause to Mr. Arun Kumar.
Very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you Akshay for giving such a nice introduction. And see, actually I've been managing this conclave for the last 2 days, so probably one of my job is to see that attendance is full everywhere. So, and probably for this, specifically for my this session, digital partnership case studies we're talking about, and as Akshay introduced that, we'll have a discussion on that. Okay, so it's not specifically like I'm not going to impart any tech side of anything. I'll just discuss more about the business. Okay, so ultimately what we create digitally, what platform, solution, but can anybody tell me what exactly bank does? So what is our motive, objective, and what we are actually? So RBI is a regulator and bank is a, anybody? I got some, who is it? Very good. So I always say, it's a business entity. So whatever we do, our motive, our objective is that we are a business entity, and how we can push, how we can propel that objective through different modes and means. Okay. So last couple of years we have been working on, in fact, like our channel and payments, like it exists prior to that also. And then we have been working on these different products actually, how to collaborate, how to converge all this product and give a solution to the organizations, the companies, the different entities around. See what exactly anybody requires. So it's just like you may have you have some elements, say fever and all, so you get one medicine, simple one. But when you are down with some complicated disease, then you have 4 or 5 medicines, okay, that works for you. And as you say in medical profession, the doctor who can give the best combination of medicine and understand how to and understand how these things will work together and to treat a patient, and that's what it all. That's the science actually. So our job out here is to find out the perfect solution. So we have a product, we have a platform. So anybody can tell me how many product and platform we have digital? Anyone? Just if any numbers, if you can tell. So we have been presenting, we have been sending mails and all. So we have some digital products, we have some digital platforms. So how many of them are there? Please be a little louder. So see, I'm not a speaker from outside, okay? So we are all here only. So we can tell me, yeah. So I'll tell you, we have 8 platforms and 20 digital products, okay? And I'll request my team to send you the details of that. Okay, that is one. Now, when we say partnership case studies, see, these are few of the partnerships where we have been able or we have succeeded to resolve their problem statement. So they came up with some expectations, they wanted us to solve few of the problems, and then our team sat together, they brainstormed, they understand their requirement, and then we try to deliver. But believe me friends, it's not that easy actually. So when we say, okay, we have these, because everything, see, ultimately works on a technology platform. Okay, so, and how to put across, how system will talk. So, see, my business expectation would be, okay, so tomorrow I want, say, all the shacks on the beaches of Goa, okay, to have a POS machine. Now, can you tell me what is the biggest challenge to install a POS machine on the shacks of Goa, on the beaches? So we have our, I think, zonal digital managers and regional digital managers. So we understand. So anyone can tell me? Yeah. So the biggest problem you'll find is the network. So probably, I think within this hotel premises only we'll be finding the difficulty. So these are the technology challenges. So no matter, you may have some time product, but definitely when you go to the beach and shack side, you will not find a network, you will not have a connectivity, all those things. So these all are interlinked. So how you understand, so then what is the next best product you can offer? Okay. That's what I'm saying. So you are the people. See, why we have kept this session. It's not that I have something very, something I would say revolutionary idea to share out here. No. Everybody knows the product, everybody knows, because I know you people are working on field and you know better than me, in fact. Okay. We are trying to discuss what we have done, definitely with interventions of our field staff, our field functionaries, and how we have tried to understand their business, how we have been able to resolve it. Okay, so I'll take you to the slides, but before that, see, so can you name one company recently, it's a technology company which actually got into turned into an OEM, I would say, or they started manufacturing a two-wheeler? Ola? Everybody knows that. Okay. Now there was a demand from Ola. I'll tell you what was the demand. So they want the entire thing to be sold online. So they will have just one experience centers actually across centers. Okay. And now they want to sell it online. And they say, so the journey should be seamless. The customers come, choose the variant, and everything there. And that too, the expectation, I'll tell you. So the toughest challenge to work with a technology company, because and who is actually venturing into automobile manufacturing, so their perspective changes. So I'll give you two very good examples which we have been actually working. So we have a colleague, Mr. An Lakmani, Mr. Rao, everybody working together, and we know how it goes. So now this technology company says, boss, whatever you do, but I want a seamless experience, such as beautiful fluid word. But then how to give that? How to offer that? Because now there are few things which are not under my control. RTO registration. So what do you say? Okay, and everybody has their bit of experience with RTO. Okay. Then it took us almost now 3.5 or 4 months actually. Oh no, I think it all started, Raoji, a year back? Almost a year back, the discussion started. And then we started stitching one by one, how we'll go ahead with that. Okay. Finally, we are on a stage where we have built the platform. Okay. We have built the platform. But again, when we do the testing and all that, somewhere it drops, fails and all. So I'm saying these are the hiccups of that. Okay. But technology company getting into manufacturing automobile, the expectation is, they're very harsh, I would say, expectation. So they don't want to compromise on anything. They say, nahi boss, nahi chalega, that I want. Now other side I'll tell you. We have recently, November, we started a journey, a sort of not STP journey, but hybrid journey of Maruti Suzuki. And then a much more refined, recently we have launched with a Hyundai. Now, they are the established OEM companies who actually manufactures. Their actually job is to manufacture cars and all. Now they wanted to come and put everything on digital platform. The best part, so while we were discussing with them, we came to know, so they don't have much understanding about that. They may be automotive engineers, they may be all the best people in the world, the best market share they hold, but they don't have much experience out there. Okay. So expectation, they say, boss, we want these numbers to be achieved. You do it hybrid, STP, but at least initiate the journey digitally. Wherever you want to drop and then come back to the platform, we are okay with that, but aim for a sale of vehicle. So both the places. So these kind of expectations, people. And then we have one set of customers, government department. So they will say, boss, आप लोग अपने को डिजिटल बैंक बोलते हो, मुझे करके दिखाओ. And they are like, and they will be like, how to deal with the government department. So they will say, नहीं ये हो जाना चाहिए, ये कर दो आप. And I'll take you to the first case study how we have gone through. Still we are actually we are resolving. So first phase we have already launched. So this is what we are. So whenever you people are, please put it in a silent mode, okay, and expect others also to do that. So whenever we are in the field, we have different sort of expectations, different sort of deliveries to make, and solutions, how to stitch those solutions, and that where we require a very good understanding about the product. And definitely one thing I think everyone should, and I always say, in fact, MDs always say in all his speeches and addresses, you should know how to do a benchmarking. So when we say benchmarking, so you're not working in silos in the market. Okay. So whenever you do come out with some solution or platform, so there's always a comparison. So and so bank, so and so company, and now more and more technology company are getting into this business. So the moment they start, they say, "नहीं boss, उसका ज़्यादा अच्छा है, आपका इधर missing है, आपका ऐसा है, ये है." And normally you also do. You have 10 of payment apps, 5 banking apps, and you say, "नहीं, this app is doing better, this app is not doing better." Okay. So understanding, see, from the business has to come from the ground. Okay. So people need to understand. You need to understand how things will work. Okay. So we'll take you with the, I'll start with the first, I would say, partnership which we did, case study. So this is basically AIMS now. So everybody knows AIMS, okay. Now, and they came up with a requirement. They want to do a campus digitization. Now what exactly they want? So they say the customers come, I would say rather patients, the family and relatives of patients, they come, and so there are some charges they will to be paid. Okay. Now they don't want anywhere cash to be involved. So they want bank to remove the cash. So now I'll tell you, this is a very good expectation, because they say we are a hospital we are not here to manage accounts. We are not here to manage cash. We don't want to get into that. So their expectation was to engage in the activity which they are supposed to, and the entire cash handling part to be managed by the bank digitally and seamlessly, and end of the day they want the entire recon to be there, everything. No, everybody somewhere like in their life they definitely they would have visited a hospital. So what is the first thing you go and do in the hospital? Registration. You go, give them cash, registration at the counter and all that. So right from that stage, then all the stages where you do the diagnostic test and all those, they don't want anywhere the cash. So they have few of the expectations. One, you remove all these legs from you don't want to be involved there. Second, they don't even want to manage the cash also. So what we started, so I think many of you, I think probably are IT officers, okay, so who are specialists. So they said, boss, you issue a card, a prepaid card of thing, and see, they don't know the IT products, they don't know. So basically there are a few of our like medical like superintendents and all, and few are bureaucrats out there. Boss, ab card issue kar do, sabko, aur jaane do. It is as simple as this. Now, can you tell me one, like, what was the toughest thing to do out there? When I say card kar do and jaane do. Good. KYC is one part. Now I'm saying, because I started as most of you are IT officers. Huh? It's a broad, like you given a very broad. But when we say prepaid card, everybody knows what's a prepaid card. What is the challenge of issuing a prepaid card only for a hospital? You can. So first challenge is because the prepaid card can't be issued against cash. Fine? So that means definitely you'll have to open an account. But then because you don't have the time, because it's not a regular customer. So somebody is accompanying a patient and so he wants to be issued. That is one. Second, he'll tell. आप बताइए second क्या था? The biggest challenge. नहीं, that is the first. But the second part, we resolved immediate भी होना चाहिए. And second, I'll tell you what happened. Second problem statement was, because whenever you use it, actually, okay, so that was not a closed loop card earlier. Okay. Yes. So that was, and then we had, in fact, my team, everybody worked really hard, and they sat with the Finacle team. We have to change the scripts, and it took some bit of time, and then it was to be made like, okay, this will only be for the hospitals that can be used. But now, what happened? We did there was a lot of hard work in doing so to make it a closed loop card. But then suddenly we was discussing, and we realized we resolved one big business solution out here. What? Right now we checked with the leading technology companies, at Tata's we checked. So they have only in-house for them. Then other players, when we checked, nobody has this kind of solution. And then we realized that, okay, it's just like you're trying to resolve or find a solution to a problem statement, and suddenly realize there's a big business opportunity. And then probably you may be seeing our mails where we have tried to explain how closed loop cards is such a powerful tool to get the business of all these hospitals. And believe me, because it's not a good place to be in, so we never consider them as a business house. But they are as big as any corporates around. Okay. But nobody want to probably be around there. So this is one of the most powerful thing we have actually resolved. So my request would be to the team sitting here, and you can also take it to take it to your other folks in the field, that closed loop already we have done couple of sessions actually. Okay, and we'll continue to do that. And we have mapped out the hospitals, we have mapped out everything. You go and talk to them. Probably they are not the they're medical professionals. Okay, so we'll have to make them understand. See, we have so many eminent speakers, you may, and mostly say some IIT, MIT, they have done it. But ultimately where they have landed up. So whatever they learned, created, now ultimately they have to sell it. So everybody is in the market to sell their product. And so we have to. So we are in fact. Okay. So what we have created, believe me, this product, if this would have been with any other private, fintech, anybody, they would have made ha-hulla of this. Okay. But as humble we are, and as probably, I shouldn't say that, but okay. We still lack that marketing attitude, that business attitude. Okay. So we have not marketed it well actually. So that is one. Now second demand, they don't want, so this anyway we have resolved. Okay. Now second demand, now their counters also they don't want to handle the cash. So even if we have given anything, cards and all, so we said, okay, we'll give this and they will go. But they say, no, none of my counters, anything, no, so they should not be involved in handling the cash. So only the bank has to handle that. And it was, I would not say they demanded a solution, they dictated a solution, I would say. Okay. So in fact, and then what we did, so we said what to do here, where to go. Then again we started the brainstorming. And the team came up with the idea, first we go to malls, okay? And we go to those play area, we go to those cafeteria, what do you call it, cafeterias and all. So they issue a card, okay? They give you a card, they will load the card, and you can use within that, okay? And from there we thought, okay, this was a discussion which came up, we were doing it, and we tried to contact. So first we tried to contact, say, TCS, whether Tata, because they have this solution with, at their memorial hospital. But they said it's not business, they have not floated commercially, that is one. Secondly, I think it's deep embedded in their system. Okay, that is second. And then we tried to inquire from other leading hospitals. So none of them have this kind of solution with them. Then we started contacting these small fintechs who handle these these reloadable cards at the game centers and all that. And believe me, we get very good response from them. Now, third biggest challenge what we are facing right now. Now we want people on the field. So anybody from Patna is representing? Probably not here, I think maybe that. Patna, I think we have called, I think. Actually, you're from Patna. Your good name? Rajneesh. So you are a? You are a? No, you are a zonal digital manager there? So you are regional digital manager. You are DLC. Good. Okay. Now, see, sitting at corporate office, we can build solution, we can facilitate solution, we can do everything. But ultimately, to apply on the ground, we have to be equally more involved and be motivated to do that. Okay. So no matter how much like people from the field, they say, ki boss, ye aapko hi karna, but we will not be able to do it. Reason I'll tell you why. I can give you the solution, but to stitch with the business entity or where we are discussing about the partnerships, we'll have to be equally responsible enough to understand that. Now, the problem which we realized, and because we are, and this is we have to resolve in fact, so everybody take this feedback and you can discuss with your regional heads, you can zonal heads and all. So whenever we are talking about any solution, whenever we are talking about this, see your zonal managers may be giving the targets. Why don't you go and tell them, yeah, we have a closed loop solution for hospitals. The kind of load balances you will get. Believe me, now technology is coming ready-made. So even if you are recruited as an IT officer, you are working in a business entity, you will have to somewhere deliver the business directly or indirectly. So entire mapping will be like that only. Okay. At our digital group, we are very ruthless on that. So everything has to be measured. But see, I've said that, but my intention to say, to in fact put it very impactfully or emphatically, is to that you are the bridge between us and the zone or region. So you'll have to tell them that, boss, this is the, because see, I think how many sessions we have taken, Anandji, for this closed loop? 3 sessions we have taken. But none of the region or zone has come back with a proposition that, okay, we have these 2-3 hospitals ready. Or at least we have approached, sir, can we get some support from your side? Good one. From? Good. No, a good point to make. In fact, see, AIMS anyway we have been dealing with, so that is just extended business proposition. But see, it's not that I'm not taking any business review meeting. I'm just trying to say, please take these solutions. You'll also, believe me, no, all these speakers, again I'm reiterating, all these speakers who have come, these people are industry leaders, these people have done enough in their life. But when they have built a platform, they have built everything, now they are actually, why they have come all the way to Goa. Okay. They have come to actually, offer, showcase their products, platforms, and to whom? To the second largest bank in India. Okay. So everybody has a business in their mind. Okay, they have not come to see our pretty faces out here. Okay, so their responsibility would be to go back, talk to your regional head, boss. Okay, you have a CASA, you have a lending targets and all. So we can help out. See, these take some time. Say probably now these are ready-built products. We just have to stretch. So 3, 4, 5 months. Okay, believe me the power, because I have worked on, and me and my colleague Mr. Rao, we have worked, and in fact Nitesh was also there, on this pre-approved, that the micro PL. Okay, from the day one, and we know the power of multiplication. Okay, how it propagates actually. Okay, so, and I have worked in branches, I have worked across, so I know. So when you go out, when you take single applications, how you do the business, no matter how good you are, you cannot compete with the platform and the power of application. Addition cannot compete with multiplication, yeah? That is as simple as this. So this is as good as. So you yourself will realize, in fact, and you'll be able to give a thrust. In fact, I have seen many regional managers and zonal managers, they're getting frustrated because they're not, because competition is fierce in the market. They don't know what to do, what to offer. And you can tell, anyone can tell me what differentiate between the two banks when you offer a product? So it's the service. Okay. Because product wise, everybody is somewhere they are almost same. There's no rocket science in the product, but the service. And now it's digital service. So somewhere now you'll have to take a front seat. Okay. So that is what we have to do. And these kind of, case studies, I think probably, and we are in fact fortunate to be in a part of Bank of Baroda and part of these journeys that, okay, we have been able to build some solutions. So again request, next time we at least expect that these many people who are sitting out here, you at least go and talk and try to build that acumen. You always say that I'm a digital manager, I'm an IT officer. Boss, I'll tell you, future is not that good. You'll have to jump in market. You have to start learning to communicate with your clients or with the people in the field. Okay. So we have very senior bankers sitting with us out here, Paramji and all, and they know. Ultimately, last 6-7 years, the fintech department, and then we added mobile banking, then we added all this. But ultimately, MD asks, what business, what numbers? Okay, nobody's interested here in stories and fancy ideas. What they're interested is, okay, good, you have built something, but then how is it going to help the bank? Okay, that's the reason I started with that. The bank is a business entity. You should always, day in, day out, wherever you should, back of the mind, it should be there. Okay, we are not a technology company, we are not a regulator, we are not a bureaucratic, no entity, nothing. We are a business entity. So, soon we'll have, so I'll not get into all those technology things, but this actually you'll have to take it to the market. Go and talk to hospitals. Okay, get into the market, go and talk to the hospitals, take help from our people around in the partnerships team. Okay, so I gave you a flair of what technology company getting into automobile, automobile company getting into technology, okay, and everybody has expectation from the bank. And what is the strength, the biggest strength of our bank? Can you tell me? A bank the size of Bank of Baroda? Why yeah, definitely I'll come. So why all these fintech companies, technology platforms, all they want to come to us? What is the strength with? One by one. Yeah, that is the only. So last more than 100 years we have spent. People have trust and faith in us. We are there, and I'll just share the data. So we have almost like metro, urban, semi-urban, rural, a very uniform distribution of customers. So it's all like, and I'll tell you now, next big markets are semi-urban and rural. Metro, urban, okay, everybody's there, but next big markets. And we are very much present there. We are one of the banks who have got equal share, customer base share in those markets. Okay, so that would be one of the expectations. And a lot of things actually, because see, Mr. Anand and the team actually, so they take these frequent sessions on this closed loop card and all. But the main objective, in fact, would be to take this product to the field. Okay. We have similar, so can we just go to the next slide? Yeah. So Silvassa Municipal Corporation, we are still in the process of implementing all these things. So ultimately, anybody has worked or anybody has ever spoken to any of these municipal corporations anywhere, any time? Yeah, please. Very good. I'll tell you. I'll give you a perfect solution, and you have come to the right person. Okay. So, in fact, Pune Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. So they wanted to implement a Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, and they wanted a solution. Okay, they wanted bank to, and we have a very old relationship with them. But see, I'll tell you how, I've worked with SDFC Bank, okay, so, and these banks started say around 10 years, 15 years back, and now you know where they stand, okay. How did they manage? In fact, what did they manage? They have actually somewhere eaten the share of the banks who actually existed that time, say Bank of Baroda and anybody. So the first question was, now can you give us a solution to handle this entire allocation of funds for PMOI beneficiaries online and on a dashboard. Okay. Now, can we build the solution? Because their expectation was within a month within a month or two, they wanted this to be implemented. And definitely, we are not a fintech company or we don't know. So, as you said, so now we are working on 3 broad models of how to tie up with them. And we have approval, so you can take and you can contact us back. Okay. So what we did, we said, okay, 3 models, a government, institution or corporation, they are recommending a technology company. Okay. So normally, so these are very smart people, I'll tell you, this technology company. So they are the people like us who understand some sort of business and have a technology and they build, and then, okay, they try to build their alliance and partner. And see, with such a strong brand name, we are still, I can see the hesitation on your faces actually, I'll tell you, because we have never gone out to, canvas business and all. Such a big brand name, and we are hesitant to go. These companies, they are sitting in some nook and corner on the street of Pune or Noida and all. And they have been able to convince the authorities that this is the solution which is going to resolve their problems. And actually, that's a sad part, I'll tell you. But now, okay. So anyway, so because they are in the market, they have convinced. Now, how bank can leverage? So we have taken this approval from our top management that, okay, this is a corporation, a government institution, and then you have a question? No. And then we have this technology company. Okay. So bank will come, stitch together, and apart from other products if they need, okay, and then we'll go ahead. So at least we'll not lose even if you have to pay something to the technology company in terms of maintenance, annual maintenance, and all those things. Okay. I think yoga, this is the thing. That's what I'm saying. So they will recommend a company. No, that's something that we are going wrong. So if they have selected, they have said that this solution suits the best, and if you can get a recommendation from the head, okay, we are good to go. And this is already we have done it at Pune. PCMC already done it, implemented, done. Good amount of CASA we have. I think more than 100 crores have already come. We had already, it has there in the account. Okay, this is one model. Second model would be a technology company comes, and please note it down now because this is very strong. So probably this is an easier solution for you also. A technology company comes and they say, boss, now I have implemented my solution with these 10 government institutions or corporations and whosoever it may be, and now, but I want a bank. Okay, I want to tie up with a bank, and can you give me a backing? Because see, they don't carry a brand with themselves. And if anywhere Bank of Baroda stands, that's enough. So they please come. We want to pitch this our product in so and so, and we'll give you these examples and so and so. This is also a very good proposition. We have done it past. Okay. So I think this is the second one, and the third model works where we only select the platform, a technology solution partner, and then we move ahead. Okay, so I think you should, okay, you should from Noida, probably, so today is 26th. So by what date you will send the proposal to us? Okay, so I'll not give you a date. What you do, you talk to our team, okay, and they will help you out in this. I'll tell you. Can you go to the previous slide, please? Previous slide. AIMS Devgarh. Where is Devgarh? And what kind of place is it? No. Digitally mature, if I'm talking about. It's very, so For some reason, good reason, they have opened AIMS there. So that's what I'm trying to state. See, when we initiated the meetings with them, the officials out there, medical professional bureaucrats, so that, what's your good name? Siddhant, this problem we face everywhere. So put across a solution to make them understand is a challenge everywhere, and that's where we play. See, when we say we have to offer and nothing comes ready-made, we don't have to go and just put a bolt out there. So where we have to make convincing, and that is the prowess of, I would say, and the strength of a banker, where as a business professional that you go, make them understand our technology and how business, is viable actually from the business perspective. So, and I can understand you need a support, you take a support from us. Let us do that. Okay. So these are the three models actually we are working on. Okay. Yeah. So now when you go to corporations, so what they do actually. So corporations also, a lot of taxes around. Okay. Almost 10, 11 years back, I remember Thane Municipal Corporation, I visited their office, and the first time I heard a name of this fintech, small fintech, that time fintech word was also not very fancy word. Okay. They said, we have a company, IT company, and they have built this. I said, what they have built this here? They said, ye hai, vaisa hai, and they said, see, these people have started working from that time, they envisaged. Today in Bombay itself, they have got very good proliferation, penetration among these institution and corporations. So so there also, so Silvassa also, lot of things. So they wanted IPG, so Bharat Bill Payment, POS, QR, everything. See, product I'm not going to discuss out here. Product you know very well. Okay. So what you're trying to say, we are on a way to resolve these issues with like municipal corporations. And municipal corporations, why we have to do it? Because believe me, Goa, can you just, I know, because anyone from Goa here? Like, who is posted in Goa? Okay, your name? And you are a digital manager. Which branch? Okay. So, which is the #1 bank in Goa in terms of branches? See, SDFC is #1 in Goa. Okay. Although the SLBC is held by SBI. BOB, we have good number of branches. Then also SDFC. And what SDFC has done differently, can you just tell me? Because I think probably, Akshay, you'll have to tell me the time also. We'll have to keep a time check. Okay. Okay. So how many minutes more? Okay. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Can you tell me? That is fine. No, have you visited any of the SDFC branches out here? In Goa? Goa? Any in your area? I said, have you visited any of the SDFC branches? Okay, I'll tell you what. So I have also worked in Goa, so I can tell you. See, Goa, NRI business, okay, they have. And they came with the concept of, because they knew that it's not a credit market, it's basically a more of a deposit market. Okay, NRI, they come, and Goa normally they don't take much of credit. Okay, so they came out with these 2-man branches, 2 people branches actually. So only to handle this deposits, nothing else. Okay. See, what I'm trying to say that, okay, these banks, everyone, they're approaching very fast. They're trying to resolve, they're trying to be flexible, they're trying to adjust as per the business requirements. And all these municipal corporations everywhere, wherever we have discussed, we have already seen that some of the other private banks are sitting there actually. Okay. So Ola, in fact, our colleague is very much, there actually we have good deposit from Ola and all. Every second day when I talk to the CFS head, they say that SDFC, Axis, whatever, any bank, they are all sitting, offering better rates. So please make this, and now the CFS head asking me, please make this platform live, otherwise we'll lose this deposit. See, 2 different things. Okay, so that way. So the same with them also. So either we change or perish. So we have to change, we have to adopt, or we are out of the market. Okay, so that is. So municipal corporations, like because you're sitting in Goa, so I can tell you about Goa, very deep penetration of SDFC, Yes Bank, Axis Bank. Very deep penetration. Like they are into government schemes, they are into corporations, they are into their entire treasury, everywhere they are present. And the story remains the story is the same everywhere. Okay. So these kind of solutions what we have. So what we're trying to do, we have made this partnership team where we have people, okay, our staff who we try to understand the different sort of business propositions existing in the market. We try to build a solution around that. We try to build a product around that. And it could, see, Silvassa Municipal Corporation name, they've got these are just because we have done something. And next slide, can you just go to the next slide? Next, after Silvassa. So like Baroda Dairy. So anybody from Gujarat? Baroda? Okay. So you know this product? Then you should actually. Okay. I'm not saying, but you should learn about this. Okay. See, now this UPI basically collection. What we wanted to resolve. So Baroda Dairy. So every day, the people, Gujarat is one of, has in fact one of the best managed dairy corporations in India. And in fact, I would say probably in the world. Okay, best managed. Now so they want, and which is the most known brand from Gujarat? Dairy brand? Everyone knows that. Okay. So now they wanted to resolve the problem statement was, so these suppliers, they give money as this milk, and they want their their money, instant transfer of their money, but digitally they want. Okay. But how to do that? Okay. So anybody has knows this product? What we have tried to resolve in this? Have you heard? You have learned? कितने साल हो गए इस प्रोडक्ट को आए गए? इसीलिए मैं जानना चाह रहा हूँ. नहीं बताता हूँ. नहीं, I'm not getting into technology. I'll tell you, because see, that is one slide, but problem is that have you, because see, this is also a thing. So for UPI collection request, we actually made a very specific solution for them. Okay. So every time, so normally what we did, in fact, when I was handling mobile banking, so there also that entire with their VP address and everything, we made it live on our application. But the problem was there was not an identifier. So from whom they are sending actually. Okay. So they are not actually able to, so they are making a payment. Okay. But exactly whom they have sent, what they have sent, they don't know. Identifier they wanted basically. Okay. So whether it has come from Arun or Mr. Anand or Rao, they didn't know. So we came with where we embedded this identifier in that. Okay. So that way we resolved that entire thing. And now we're doing really good with this. They're really very happy customers. So in so this could be a case of dairy. So you just now think about any CNF agency, any big distributor, dealers, they have say hundreds, thousands of sub-dealers, so something, and they want some sort of solution, they want some this collection and all, you can use it there. See, product, platform, everything we have. Now how to customize that? So we have made a base product, we have made a base solution, but then customization as per the requirement has to be done, and it has to be actually put in the market. Okay, so that is what we have to do, and we have to so I think we have a mix of digital managers, and we have a mix of lending managers out here. So please, so digital managers, go to the market, and whatever, because you have better understanding of your digital products and the platforms, you go to the market with that and pitch to a business entity and get a business. Our lending managers, so they are in touch with their customers, so try to pitch them a IT product. Ultimately, it has to converge somewhere. Okay. So whatever you make, whatever effort you do, if it doesn't turn, there's no turn profit. I do a business proposition. There's no point in doing that. Okay, Akshay. Okay. So in fact, there were a couple of slides, but actually I didn't intend to to stick to the slide. I wanted to make sure that you understand why we here, what we do. Okay. And that's the reason I gave you the example of Ola, Hyundai, Maruti, Silvassa, and all these things. Okay. Any new business proposition, any sort of solutions, feel free to come to us. Okay. And we'll in fact share the over the group and everywhere. Our sabko na, you just share our email ID also of digital partnerships. Okay. And don't feel shy also, and don't feel that whether it can be done or not. We can do. We have actually solved many of the. In fact, we have resolved many of the problem statement in the market, and in few of them we are in fact one of the first to do that. Okay, so please try to reach out from the field requirements, and at least our closed loop hospital. I'm bullish on that. You please move in the market. Okay, try to go. And come out with different ideas that what else we can do that. Okay, it's trying to build, we're trying to build an ecosystem. Okay, solutions. So trying to create a layer above a layer. But unless until we don't get a feed from the market, so see, we are not a fintech companies, we are a bank. And if a bank understands technology, nothing powerful than that. Okay, so thank you for patience. Yeah, please. Yeah, so in fact, this very good question. In fact, for our right from our UPI, from these local fintechs who are working, so they have adapted so well that in fact they have these vernacular languages. They are there present. So a few of them definitely have started with 2 or 3 languages as per the regional requirements, but they are ready to do that. This is there. Okay. Any questions? Bangalore. Okay, I'll give you a homework. So you send me the potentialities what you have. So list down top 5, send it to us, and then we'll prepare a solution around that. Try to at least see where we can work upon, and definitely we'll be there. Okay. So you just see, we are hungry actually. You feed us. Okay. Yeah.
Many merchants are requesting for when we are receiving payments.
I think we are into that. We are transforming that. I think very soon it will be there. With there. Okay. I think thank you so much. And I expect, because anyway, I'm also the host for this digital conclave. So I expect you all be, as I said yesterday at the start of this event and the session, please be present. Make this entire event a successful, and show your enthusiasm around that. And definitely enjoy Goa after evening hours after the session, definitely, and that's the time to enjoy also, because it's too humid right now. And show your full participation, come out with questions and all. We have very good speakers out. I'll tell you, we have really worked hard to just request them, try to get them on one single platform and event. Okay, thank you everyone.
So kindly be present for that. And lastly, I hope everyone has heard the big takeover news. Today there's a big news. Twitter, yes. Elon Musk has taken over Twitter. So, actually just giving reference.
Oh, you've loaded it here. Okay, perfect.
You okay with me copying it on the system, right?
Yeah, no problem. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Ah. Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Good.
Yes, it did. Password one. So I'll be also taking a backup of this on the system in the console. Right after your session is over, I'll delete it. Yeah. स्विच कर देना, क्लिकर ले आना यहाँ पे. I'll put this off. Yeah. I'll put this off. I'll actually move it from there.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone has had their lunch. Yes, so can we have a really good evening? Okay, so that also makes our speakers feel good about. You know, this is the first session that we are having after the lunch. So we welcome you all in the inaugural Bob World Digital Conclave 2022 in the second session at Betul Hall. Now, to tell about today's topic that we are going to have over here, that is open banking evolution, a global perspective. Now, banking as such, if we see, the more you work and the more you explore different areas, still there is something or the other that is left कि भाई इतना बच ही गया banking में. And when you add open to it, like when you say open banking, suddenly the vast river turns into a vast ocean. And from open banking, there's a quote that I remember. You know, the quote goes like this, कि I may be an open book to many, but there are few pages that many won't be able to read anytime. And the same thing, I think it goes for open banking. It's a term that is used by many, but explained by very few. And for that very purpose, we have an expert in-house with us, Mr. Ashutosh Sharma, Vice President, Research Director, Forrester. Mr. Sharma has completed his post-graduation diploma in business management from IIMA and a Bachelor of Technology in Mechanical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, BHU Varanasi. Mr. Sharma serves the CIO role and leads the India team that guides business technology and marketing strategy professionals. Mr. Sharma specializes in the area of BT and provides strategic guidance and advice to clients in the areas of digital business, cloud, mobility, big data, emerging technologies, sourcing, and contract management. Mr. Sharma has worked in various roles at leading consulting and IT service firms. Most recently, he was with Infosys, advising aerospace and automotive clients in US. Prior to that, he spent close to 9 years at Cognizant Consulting for major retail and consumer good organizations in North America and Asia Pacific. So the profile seems illustrious and the topic the more interesting. So let's call upon Mr. Ashutosh Sharma.
Thank you. You know, when someone introduces you, you feel like going down the memory lane, right? You know, what have you done in your life? But you might be wondering, looking at this thing, you know, I was in retail, consumer goods, and what manufacturing. What am I doing with a bunch of bankers in front of me? Is it too loud, by the way? Or is it just me? Okay. So once again, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. The topic is actually very close to my heart also, because this is something we cover very extensively at Forrester across the globe. Financial services happens to be one of the key areas that we research. While we are an industry research firm, we cover a variety of topics, but financial services has a kind of a special a special place in the hearts of most of the analysts that we have at our firm. So what you will be seeing today will be sort of an amalgamation of various research trends that we have going on in Forrester, but they kind of all culminate in the form of open banking. And I will be, you know, I was preparing for this, I was told that most of the interest here lies in learning from across the globe. I'm not sure if anyone representing regulators is here, but I have kind of tried to cover various perspectives. So without further ado, let me just get started. But before we go into what exactly is open banking, I want to quickly share the glimpse of what we believe the future of financial services is going to be. And there are certain key trends that are shaping that future. Almost all of us are aware of it, and we might have come across it one time or the other, but just to quickly refresh as to what we are seeing, essentially if you look at the major stakeholders in the industry, the biggest one, of course, the customers, they had been undergoing a major change for last many years, right? And one of the key things that financial services firm has with the customer is trust. And if you look back at like a firm, an institution pretty much as old and as respected as Bank of Baroda, I'm sure you would look back and say that the customers have trusted you for many, many years, many decades, and that's why they have continued to bank with you, as well as with Vijaya and Dena, who kind of joined this river. But that is changing now. Not to say that the trust has gone completely, but it's changing rapidly, especially in certain newer types of customers. What we are starting to witness, that the millennials and the young customers and even some of the older generations as well, they are starting to trust other firms which are new to the industry almost equally, if not more. In fact, in 2019, our data showed that millennials actually trust fintechs or the high-tech firms such as Google and Amazon in India and WhatsApp for that matter with their financial needs as much as they trust the banks. So that equation is changing. However, there's still some bit of runway left. There's still a big amount of trust that banks command that banks, the trust that the bank commands. So there's still time to leverage that, and we'll figure out how. We'll talk about how. Other thing that's changing is the competitors, right? I mean, again, I give names of some of the high-tech firms, but even the fintechs and the way they are coming in from all across the globe, and the way the industry is changing, whether you look at some of the newer, the neobanks, etc., or even some of the other investments that we have seen, we are seeing a different type of competition emerging in front of banks, be it global, be it local. The third is the economics of the banking business itself. And it's not just true of India, it's pretty much true across the globe. There's a significant pressure on the traditional ways of making money, right? The deposit and the fee base. I mean, the interest rates, again, you can see the kind of going lower and lower every passing month or quarter. So we see that banks have to figure out where exactly can they make their revenues from. And then there's a whole host of disruptions that we just went through in the last 2.5 years, and that's likely to continue one way or other. And the last thing is the regulation. That plays a significant role, and that's in fact one of the key driving factors when it comes to open banking among all the three. And that's not in isolation. In fact, all these three things are forcing regulators to kind of figure out how do they shape the industry going forward. So if you look at the overall financial services industry and specifically banking, what you would find, there are 4 themes that are changing. You saw the trends. Now the themes that are the way the financial service industry is evolving. First of all, it's becoming invisible. And it kind of, all of you know it in the form as embedded finance, right? You must have heard the term. So it's no longer that you have to have an outpost where your customers would walk in and do transaction. You actually don't even have to have your mobile app and website, be the key center place, though it's not changing that rapidly, but the newer ways of interacting with customers in the ecosystem that they operate in is becoming very, very important, where the brand itself is not that prominently visible. Second is it's very connected, right, with the whole open finance and the economy, the API economy, then the way the interlinking work across the industry, we are seeing it very, very connected. Third, and very important, is data and insights. That everyone, and in fact the whole open finance, open banking sort of premise across the globe is increasingly reliant on how the data can be made available to different stakeholders in the industry, and how they can make best use of the data to offer purposeful services to the customers. And by purposeful, we mean it's no longer that you have to, it's no longer in the customers, you don't just create products, financial products for the sake of creating them. They have to serve a meaningful purpose in the lives of the customers. And these are the 4 specific trends. For example, you have to help them manage their finances better. You have to help them get past whatever their immediate needs that they come across throughout their life cycle. So it has to be purposeful as well. And then, of course, customer is the center of all these, but the bank themselves, and ultimately banks cannot do it in isolation. So that's where the collaborators, the ecosystem is also very, very important. And it kind of plays a role across all of these. Now, as you look at those 4 trends, as you look at the 4 ways, the 4 themes, then comes how do you access this market? And there are multiple routes to access that we are seeing. And the very bottom, where you have your own products and you have your own methods of distribution, is basically what we have been doing for years, right? We've created financial services product, we distributed, we manufactured them, we kind of sold them to the customers. But even that product that we knew it has changed. The way we knew it has changed now. For example, it's no longer just a loan product or a CASA product or whatever. Ultimately, the product that's available to a customer, it could be available in a third-party ecosystem, right? It could be an API. It could be something that you're creating as a service to other stakeholders in the industry. So that's the individual product which you have to build. Then you can be an as-a-service supplier. So this is another, for example, just to share global perspective, though we have seen something of this sort emerging here as well, but in the region. For example, Goldman Sachs came up with this bank called Marcus, right? They created this as a service platform where others could leverage it, right? They were offering some of the services which a typical bank would create. The third is marketplace, where you have your own products as well as some third-party products listed, which your consumers are using. Sometimes you could be present in someone else's marketplace as well. So that's another way you can access the market. And the fourth is the white label platform provider. We saw, for example, banks such as BBVA in Singapore. They had this development team before they got acquired by PNC. Where they were building products in which they were offering banking as a service to other players in the industry, especially the neobanks and digital banks in the region. Again, going back to the Goldman Sachs example, the famous Apple deal that they had with Apple, where Apple was offering the credit card, they actually used the white label Goldman Sachs product there. So that's another way. Not to say that you have to use one of these. You could actually be doing all four of them as a bank yourself at the same time for a very similar kind of services. So, but there are multiple routes that are available, and you as a bank have to be aware of those. So having said that, just to kind of after having painted the picture of the future as the way it's evolving, I want to kind of go back to what open banking is, because open banking as a term has been around for some time. In fact, it goes back to Europe when they introduced this thing called PSD2. As you might remember, they were talking about how payments can be done differently. They had only one way of doing payments, and they introduced some of these providers which were initiating payments on behalf of consumers. Thankfully, in India, we are far ahead of this model. As you all know, payments is one of the most evolved architecture we have, but this kind of, again, is a 2016 picture. I wanted to kind of quote you back that this is how Europe started when they came up with PSD2, and that the concept of open banking as to how they can make the data and the transaction information shared with other players. But since then, it has evolved, and it has generated a lot of interest. So we were asking we were going through different geographies, and we were asking this question to the banks as to which of the following statements best describes your organization's response to open banking. And we see a sort of different trends. So for example, many of them, especially if you look at the bottom right is Europe and this is UK, they are the most advanced because they are implementing their strategy in the most advanced manner. And it's understood because they have been doing it for some time, they have been talking about open banking for some time, but it's starting to emerge in other parts of the globe as well. Then if you look at yet to implement specifically, or assessing, there also you will find there's a significant number of folks in these geographies that are doing. Very few people, for example, 25% in North America have not started, 19% in Canada have not started yet. But if you come to India specifically, and that's something, so just you have a sort of comparison, about 12% are saying that they have already started to implement this strategy. This data is as of last year, so we'll be doing this survey again this year, and we'll have a more updated number. But it kind of also kind of reflects what we are seeing. A lot of banks, many banks actually have started to talk about it, and many of them have started. But about 29% are saying it's central to their strategy, which is basically a proxy of saying we know about it, we have started to talk about it, but we haven't done much about it at the moment. Some have implemented, come up with a strategy, but haven't implemented it. But still, almost a fifth of them are saying they haven't started. The point of this, why I wanted to share this data with you, that one thing I wanted to commend you guys on, especially Bank of Baroda, that you starting at a right time. First of all, there's still a lot of runway when it comes to open banking. It's not like it's going to suddenly tomorrow everything will be open. And RBI introduced the account aggregator sort of framework about 5-6 years ago. This still has to kind of take off. There are various things that shape that marketplace. So these are things that will happen. But good thing is to start on that journey right now, create the awareness across the organization, and then rally the organization around the concept. Now, if you look at across the globe, we are seeing this coming in different places, whether it's even places such as Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, they have also started doing something on this. Then if you look at the Monetary Authority of Singapore, they are fairly advanced. Australia and New Zealand, again, Australia specifically fairly advanced in this. So just to give you a glimpse of how different countries are approaching this, Australia is somewhat different from almost all other geos, but it's very similar to what RBI at least has been talking about in India when they talk about the consent architecture, when they want to talk about sharing of the data. What they are saying, they have come up with something called custom consumer data sharing sort of a model, in which consumers will give permission to the sort of equivalent of financial information provider that we have in India to share the information of certain types. So there's currently phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that's how the data sharing will evolve there, to a financial information user equivalent that they have for a certain duration, for a certain time frame for that. However, one of the interesting things that's happening there, that it's not just going to be limited to financial services industry. Actually, you will see some of the other industries, such as utilities, and retail and others, also come into this model of sharing information. And that's going to be an interesting point. So keep that in mind as I come to the next section in a few slides. Yeah, sure. So this is specifically about Australia. What we are finding there, when it comes to Australia, the way they are approaching this this whole open banking is through the regulation of how consumers, who controls the data and how do they make the data available, which is very similar to even what RBI is also trying to do in India. But they have already gone significantly far ahead with respect to their, they are sort of mandating it also more forcefully. So the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 are the different types of data that the providers will need to share. But in subsequent phases, some of the other industries will also be brought into this. Certainly utilities, and there are a few other industries where the companies will be sharing data, and as part of that, they'll be required to share that information with others, like the telecom and the utilities as well. So this is something evolving fairly rapidly in Australia. And the reason I brought this, the idea that beyond financial services, on the other industries will be sharing, is because of a subsequent section that I have as to how this industry is going to evolve. So that's what I was saying, just keep that point in mind. If you look at the Singapore, the evolution of Singapore has been going on for, again, many years. They came up with the API guidelines back in 2016, and kind of DBS took it and ran away with it. They cornered the market there. But after that, they launched their national ID. Again, when you compare that with India, I think we are much well placed when it comes to national ID. Then they launched the API exchange, and now they are launching the financial planning digital services. The way Singapore is approaching it is, they are again more, they are not prescriptive. They have sort of given this platform, but they want people to adopt it. They are not forcing, mandating as in a way like the Europe is doing. So it's a little bit different. UK, again, various things are happening when it comes to UK, and one of the two trends that are actually emerging fairly significantly. The shift is happening from data to payments. And there's a little bit, not a little bit, there's a significant difference between how open banking is happening in UK versus how it's happening in India. In India, we actually started with payments. So payments is a fairly well mature sort of without we calling it open banking and whatnot, it's very, because of the UPI and the infrastructure that RBI created, we have a very mature sort of infrastructure and the payment rails that exist. Whereas what happens, what observation that we have seen in other places which do not have as advanced infrastructure, when you introduce open banking and when you make sure that companies share data, etc., with each other, first thing that they do is they look at the data and they say, oh, what can we do with the data? How can we offer better products? How can we come up with something? So they kind of build the dashboards, etc., first, and then the next thing that they do is basically get into the payments. And that's what's happening in UK. In India, we actually did payments, which actually was one of the biggest need, and that, in a way, probably explains why we are a bit slow in the next phase, because payments is a much bigger need than the dashboarding and the other pretty things that the banks put together by combining and aggregating the data. So that's one thing. Second thing that's happening there is the shift is happening from consumer to SME, to corporate, basically, a lot, B2B side of the house, where initially, the open banking was very much picked by banks for offering the solutions to the retail consumers, but now they're starting to build solutions for the SME banking side as well. So that's sort of the lesson quickly from UK. The other thing that's happening, if you look at it, all of these countries are evolving their regulations fairly rapidly. So Europe, for example, is talking about moving from PSD2 to PSD3. UK is talking about, very similar to Australia, bringing other industries into the ambit, not just banking, but first of all, beyond banking, other financial services sector, and then again going outside the financial services sector. And then one of the other lessons, or sort of a problematic situation more so than not, that exists in Europe is because of multiple regulators and multiple standards that exist because of different regulators working there. We may run into that problem if we kind of let different regulators come up with their own framework, but this is something is more prevalent in Europe. As a result, what we are also finding, a lot of intermediaries are starting to evolve there. So think of it this way. So you have different financial services provider, they have their own API, they have their own standard, they have own way of sharing the data. But if you are a firm which wants to aggregate this data and figure out what can they do better, you'll have to build connections with each of those. So what these guys are doing, Tink and Bird and Yolt, etc., they basically have created this intermediary layer, and they are saying, okay, we are going to be the interface between these different providers. And then if you want, for example, a solution, you can come to us and we will give you a sort of a standardized feed, which is what HSBC did. They leveraged one of the providers called Bird to build their solution. Now, why I brought this slide here? Because there could be a lesson for us here. Assuming we run into that sort of complexity, even though we will have intermediaries defined by RBI, which will be sharing information, etc. But tomorrow, if there are different other regulators such as IRDA or SEBI and whoever, they also allow some of this to happen, then we'll have to figure out what's the best way to make sure that data is available to a financial services provider which can make the best use of the data. And why I said all that? Because while open banking is fine, the next evolution of the open banking is going to be what we call as open finance. And how is that different a little bit? Primarily, and not necessarily all of you would believe that, but some of you might have evolved understanding of open banking, but primarily open banking evolved around payments, data, PSD2 and all that. But now what we are looking at, all the other financial services sector participants are also coming into it, and that's what we are calling it as open finance, where you will have insurance, you'll have wealth management, you'll have all sorts of the credit cards and others, which will also be sharing into this ecosystem. So again, a few months ago, even RBI's was in one of the speeches, RBI mentioned that they are looking to work with other regulators within India to see how they can bring together all of this data together. So we can expect that sort of evolution. And this is essentially what's happening in Australia. This is what UK is also trying to do at the moment, where they're looking to expand the scope of what that looks like. The third phase of this evolution would be around what we calling as open data. So that's where telco, utility, healthcare, think of all these industries properly regulated. If they start sharing data, of course, for a fee or whatever monetization method that they have, then as a bank, you can draw a lot of insights which in today's time is locked into just those industries. And then you can build your solutions, which I talked about in the beginning, where I was talking about like 4 routes to market, whether you are doing it as a service, whether you're building as a white label product, whether you're building as a marketplace or simply as a product. You can combine all of this information and get into newer solutions. So, but this is a little bit of long-term plan. It's not happening right now. I think in India, I would say we are probably somewhere between open banking and open finance at the moment. And when open finance come, and this is where Australia is currently. So when you saw that phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 in Australia, they have already started to do the banking and the data, but they're starting to share some of the other sectors as well. So, for example, if you look at your utility data ultimately being shared with you, then you, as a bank, you can analyze that data across different customers and say, hey, you are spending so and so so much on your utility or energy bill. You can do it slightly better. I mean, those sort of use cases. Or for that matter, you can look at offering better cards, even though the cards in India currently are there, but you have siloed information of your own credit cards. What if that information is available across different industries? So that's something you can do to kind of offer much better choices and innovation to the customer. Third, you can see these cases evolving beyond the banking as well. You know, again, this is an example from North America where Car IQ basically has come up with this, and US is a very different market. They have not come up with any regulation. It's like a free market pretty much. Everyone, whoever can come up with innovation, comes up with innovation. In a way, actually, that has slowed them down, but still we see interesting cases keep emerging there. In this particular case, the Car IQ came up with this framework where they're saying that we are going to be collecting data from you, and we'll be helping you make much better sort of fleet management service for you, where you can figure out how much you're spending in each of your car. So instead of having the card basically for each car, you can figure out how much each of your vehicle basically is spending, and we will help you manage this dashboard through the solution that they have built. DBS, again, is getting into the pensions. Again, looking at the open finance data, combining the picture from the other industries, they are starting to offer better solutions for the pension market. Likewise, this is a utility in Europe. What they are doing, think of them as a BPCL or HPCL or equivalent there. They have petrol stations there, and they have collaborated with these intermediaries, and they have created this wallet, and because of that wallet and because of the payment innovation that they were able to make, they are saying that they can offer much better rates to the consumers that are spending not just the petrol station, but also in the retail outlets that are run by them. And that way, much better value proposition for them by combining whatever data and insights that they can get from them. And this is slightly different. So there's a difference between open finance and open banking 2.0 that you might have heard. The key thing is that there's a fundamental shift in how consumers are going to be accessing financial services. So that's why we are saying open finance is much more complex. And also the other trend that we'll see is how regulators and the realities of a given country will shape whether open finance evolution will happen in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years time frame. But we see the trend happening where the evolution is going to be towards more open finance and more open data. Again, lessons from some other geographies. What we are finding, for example, this is clearly a high opportunity area for almost every geographies, where you can see as you combine the data, as you bring insights into whether it's the retail data that you can get your hands on, or your bank, when I say retail, I mean the e-commerce data. If you can get your overall other banking data or the credit card spend data, then you can offer much better solutions to your retail customers as well as the corporate customers. In fact, Most of the innovation when it comes to corporate SME banking has already started happening, where companies are saying, such as BBVA, again Deutsche Bank, and I think one more, I'm forgetting the name. They have already built solutions where they can, they're monetizing the open banking APIs in a way that you can embed these solutions in the ERP of the whichever customer that you have. So you can get much better payments, you can get much payment experience, and you can get much better services that are embedded right into your own ERP system. So the four trends that I talked about in the beginning, the invisible, connected, insights driven, as well as the purposeful, some of that is starting to happen in the corporate SME banking as well. The second area is, of course, retail banking, and the third is unsecured loans, basically credit cards, etc. Because these are somewhat easier to kind of tackle. The product complexity is not that high. Whereas when you look at mortgage, for example, that's a little bit complex product. So it's less likely to be a product which will go into the open finance in a near-term future, like where the insurance and the pension would be a little bit lower. But wealth management could be something. So that's the trajectory we see as to how some of these products are going to evolve. Now, there's another study that we did, which basically, so you saw the reality of the industry as to what products and what will go. But then it was also determined by which geography, which country you are in, and what sort of environment exists, what sort of infrastructure exists, what sort of user maturity exists. So, don't give me hard time on this. This was actually done by some of my colleagues who are based across the globe. I wanted to still quickly share their findings. So there are like 5 different things that they looked at. They looked at the legislations across different countries. They looked at the user adoption, what exactly is the take-up of open banking, what is the maturity of the banks, what sort of innovation ecosystem that exists, and what sort of open infrastructure that they have. So they came up with scores for different, and that's what I'm saying, I'm not sure, I can't specifically back certain scores right now with the insights, but it's fairly explanatory as to we find that Europe is much further ahead than many other countries when it comes to their ability to adopt some of these. India and China, specifically India, is also fairly well placed, much better than, say, US or Brazil or Malaysia and some of the other countries. When I was joking about I can't defend, I really don't know 8.3 is the right number, or it should be 8.6 or 8.8, because I don't have the exact score methodology. But if you look back at those different parameters, especially when it comes to user adoption and when it comes to legislation, we are slightly behind. Europe has kind of forced this in their geography, so that's where they are a little bit, when the banks started adopting it there, they initially dragged their feet thinking it's another compliance requirement that has been forced upon them. But over a period, they have embraced it, and now they are actually starting to see value of how they can leverage this data that's been made available through them through this entire initiative, and how they can offer various new kinds of services and value to the customer, as well as through different routes to market. So the next step is, okay, once you have talked about, when I talked about the future of financial services, I talked about open banking, and I said now open banking is going to evolve into open finance and open data. But before we go too far, first of all, let's look at how can someone monetize open finance, right? There are essentially 5 questions that you need to answer when you think of monetizing it. And when we talk about monetizing, it's not just about charging for the APIs that you might create, right? That's just one way to monetize. There are various ways to generate value out of that, right? You also would be able to, if you create that sort of architecture, that sort of infrastructure and capability, you will be driving much more innovation within the organization as well. You would be actually helping your customers get much better value, which will ultimately lead to better customer experience, and you might cross-sell and upsell as a result of that. So you have to keep all that in mind. So when you talk about what do we monetize, are you going to be monetizing the product, specific product that you have created? Will you be monetizing a service? Will you be monetizing the access or the introduction that you would be making. So for example, if you create an open banking sort of platform where you have you provide someone else access to your customers, not necessarily your competitors, but say some other e-commerce player or some travel industry player who want to reach out to your customer and do something. So you have to figure out what exactly will you be monetizing, right? And then the next question is, what do you want to extract value from? Is it the customer that you want to get value from, that who ultimately will be paying for that, or is it your partner who will be using that service, or will it be someone else? So you'll have to figure out where exactly the value that you want to charge for the infrastructure that you're creating, for the services that you're creating. You have to figure out who drives what value. And again, when it comes to value, there are two things. One is the cost itself of providing that, right? So you created an infrastructure, you know, is paying for the infrastructure, you have these transaction costs. But then that's not the value. Value is what ultimately they would have to do if this service wasn't there, right? So there's a cost that they would be incurring in the absence of your service. So you have to look at how much of that you want to charge or you're going to extract, right? The third thing is, when do we levy the charge, right? This is the season of IPL. So if you, for example, watch any game very closely, timing is very, very important is what I've seen, because like 20 overs, you have to hit every ball, right? Levying the charge, very similar to timing. If you try to monetize too quickly, you might just turn away the customers, because many companies actually do freemium, etc. in the beginning to first get the scale. And in this sort of an open banking initiative where you're creating this thing for, again, not just retail customers, even for SMEs, creating the network, creating the scale is one of the biggest things. And that's why you see all these VCs and everyone going crazy with respect to loading us with free money so that we can be on their platform, right? But as a bank, you don't have unlimited supply of money, so you cannot do that for far too long. So you have to obviously introduce charging at some point. So what's the right time? And that timing is something you have to determine. At what scale you become comfortable that you think it's going to be sustaining. Then the other indirect monetization, the one side I talked about. So it's not just the API fee, but also what sort of other ways you can look at, you know, the customer experience, the value that you're delivering. And the third one is, or the fifth one is, how do you structure the program? And that's basically what sort of partners you would have, and how will you incentivize those partners to come and play on your platform? How would you onboard them? What sort of, again, incentives you will create? So the whole structuring, there's a whole, like each of these have a fairly in-depth research behind them. So I won't be able to cover each of those in great depth, but these are like the 5 Ws that you have to keep in mind when you come up with monetization of your open banking. These are quickly some of the use cases that exist that we are seeing across review. Sure, yeah, I'm almost at the end of my slides, thanks. So again, I'll leave the slides with you. One quick example I wanted to share of Cake. Cake is one of another startup that we are seeing again in Europe. If you remember when I was sharing 4 routes to monetization, Cake has basically tried to do all 4 of them, or at least 2 of them that are very, very clearly visible. One, they have created this platform in which they're incentivizing users to share their data, and they're very open about it. They're like, we'll be sharing your data, and if you share, rather we'll be monetizing your data, and if you share your data with us, you will give you discounts, etc. So they're collecting the data, and they're providing insights to the partners who work on this. The second thing that they've done is they've created this e-commerce platform on top of their open banking, sort of platform. And they are charging these retailers who are trying to sell on that because they have created the payment infrastructure underneath, and the cost of payment obviously is lower. So they are also charging the e-commerce players for the access that they're providing. So there are multiple, and then they have this marketplace sort of thing as well. So the multiple routes to access built into this example. So for those who are interested, we can go a little bit more further. The third, or almost the last thing that I want to talk about is when you are talking about open banking, foundation is very, very important. Sure. Monetizing essentially is basically how do you make money out of it. Selling directly is just one way of doing it. Other would be you are charging services again and again, if I answer your question properly. Yes. Yeah. You want to charge money for it, basically.
Get out of whatever I have innovated. है ना? So that is the selling of the stake out of some stake. I think 20 some asset or some part of the service. Suppose telecom, he have created the assets. So tower is other thing. Basic fiber is creation of the fiber, and other is other thing, and other infrastructure. Some after the creation of some sorts of infrastructure, he is selling the tower big set. Monetize that asset he can use in other way.
Yeah.
So this monetization, whatever you talking about, this monetization, how it is relevant to the banking finance in respect of.
Okay, so the monetization of it will be happening. So when you talk about open banking, essentially what you end up doing is when you're participating in that ecosystem, you are creating APIs, you're creating services which are exposing some bit of your data to your third party, some bit of your customers' information to third party, either through a mandate which say that exists in Europe where regulators are forcing you to share that you cannot hide away from it, or voluntarily like it's happened in North America and other places. In India, it's sort of a mixed. They have created this FIPs and FIUs. You can become an FIP, you can become an FIU, right? That kind of thing. So once you do that, you will be charging money for people accessing that. And that's what we are calling monetizing, because you ultimately, suppose you create something, you have huge data on SMEs in India, and you are providing banking services. You know which SME, for example, has a good credit standing versus who doesn't. Now someone else wants to do business with that SME, they can come to your API, which provides that sort of a credit rating or whatever. Suppose some business partner who wants to get into it, you can charge money for that sort of a thing. So that's monetization. Data and sometimes the asset, because you created doing transactions, so you could be charging for doing the transaction on the platform also, it could be that. Or you could simply be monetizing the access, like I said, right? The fact that you are providing, you may not be providing any data about the customer, but say a retailer or someone wants to access the customer, that XYZ is Bank of Baroda's customer, I want to sell my, whatever I'm retailing, right? And Bank of Baroda is giving me insights saying, hey, A, B, C, D, E, F, all these customers I know of, I know these sort of transactions that they're doing on using my credit card, or if you collect the data from other FIPs and you become an FIU in that sense, you collect the data from that, you create insights, and in fact, I was about to come to that piece. You look at the data and you figure out which customer does what. You have insights on that customer, then you make it available to someone else. That's what I was talking. So there are like 5 things you have to do, and I will skip in the interest of time these 3 because first and third are more kind of like a solved problem in India with Aadhaar and the fact that government is doing first one is mostly controlled by RBI. Second is important to keep in mind when you collect the data, and in fact RBI will also force you to do that, but even if RBI was not creating regulations for you, you have to make sure that as a financial services organization, and most likely as a respected institution, you have to respect the privacy and consent of the user, right? That's that goes back to the trust thing I was talking in the beginning. The last 2 are very, very important. This is something that Lloyds Bank realized. So when they started to participate in the open banking initiative there, it's not just about like you can create your API, expose your data and all that, that's great. But ultimately the greatest value comes in leveraging the data and doing some sort of value addition and then sharing those insights and making it available. So for example, if you are a credit card, if you want to, for example, create a service which tells you about the credit rating or the likelihood of the fraud, so someone wants to kind of use that API of yours, you need to invest significantly in a data platform, and that's one of the prerequisites that you need to have. So in this particular case, Lloyds Bank realized very quickly, so Again, I can go into the case study later, but they created this very nice infrastructure using hybrid cloud. They created this enterprise sort of data hub in the middle, which was gathering the data from different sources, analyzing insights. Once they were able to do it, then they were able to monetize it using different APIs and different ways. And just that slide. So other thing, and this is another, if among all the things that you want to kind of understand what I was saying and what you have to keep in mind, this is the traditional thinking that exists in the banking, and this is the newer type of thinking that we need to have. So it's not about just winning the market share, it's about maximizing the value of the ecosystem. You are not only be owning the distribution yourself, you actually have to leverage multiple routes that exist when it comes to accessing the market. You're not just selling a product, you're trying to become a platform. Again, and kind of going back, it's not just about control anymore as a bank, you have to invest in trust. It's not just about growing revenue, you have to kind of deliver value to the customers that ultimately will. So there are there's a sort of mindset shift that needs to happen in the banks if they want to successfully operate in the newer model. So this is the last slide, kind of summarizes everything. So I talked about these like 4 different themes that exist. Invisible, connected, insights driven, and purposeful. That's kind of giving, you have to keep in mind as the how financial services is changing. You have to keep consumer bank as well as being a collaborator. We believe that open banking is going to become more open finance and open data in the long term. So you have to kind of prepare yourself to play in that sort of ecosystem. And finally, as a bank, you can't be everything, and especially as a bank that has been known to do and has a certain sort of a brand recognition in the customer's mind. You have to know what exactly are your competencies. You can't be a fintech tomorrow. Don't expect yourself to be a fintech tomorrow because your customers won't expect you to be a fintech tomorrow. You have to know what exactly you are good at. And you have to kind of build on those sectors, whether it's the SME sector you want to go after. Or, in fact, funnily enough, I was meeting a BOB manager this afternoon when I landed at the airport, and he talked about how SMEs are like one of the biggest focus areas that should be, because ultimately they are the ones going to your banks for the most. So maybe that's your key focus area. So how do you kind of identify what sector and what sort of use case you want to build, and ultimately use data and insights that you have on them to build the right sort of solution.
Sir,
so
excuse me, sir, I have one question here.
Sure.
Suppose this is like exposing our data through APIs overall.
Sorry?
It is like exposing our data to through APIs to external entities.
Not just that, but yes, that's one of the things.
Suppose I am exposing my data to XYZ bank, and suppose for this customer consent is required, na?
Yes.
So suppose other Puma is saying that we want, they have some campaign like or whatever, so we want your data to get exposed through API. So again, customer have to give consent to Puma separately.
How this will play out. So, if one of the things that RBI has done, they have created this thing called account aggregator framework, where you can be a financial information provider. So, in which particular case, using the consent architecture that you just talked about. So, a customer can say, "Hey, Bank of Baroda, provide my account balance, my transaction history, etc., to so and so." And RBI is, by the way, still evolving. I haven't seen that happen in India, but going by the example of, say, Australia, what's happening there is the customer can direct you to share that information for a certain time period or in certain attributes, not the whole database about themselves, but not forever. And they can, that will be one consent given. And if you are a FIP, what RBI has said that FIPs will be the ones, and they won't be giving consent to you. They will be giving a consent to someone called account aggregator. And that account aggregator will come to you and say, "Hey, I have been given permission by Ashutosh Sharma to share this information that they have, that you have on him, and please share it." You have the onus to kind of validate it. Now, as many requests as you get from those account aggregator, you will have to kind of respect those. So they could be coming from one situation, they could be coming from another situation as well.
Account aggregator, they might have all the brands for which customer is getting the consent, and that is a common space.
Yeah, I mean, every time I as a customer is giving consent to account aggregator, an account aggregator also, I will be giving consent for a specific purpose. So they will be creating multiple requests. That's the understanding as of now. unless something changes tomorrow. Sure.
So, as far as the transaction data is concerned, I do understand. Will the loan data supplement the bureau data here?
Bureau data?
Yeah, because presently we are pulling, right, bureau reports for a customer. Now, as we share the loan data to another bank through an account aggregator, so will it supplement?
You can, so you can create your own service in which you are doing your own credit analysis of the customer. Now, bureau won't be forced to share the data with you. Yeah. However, you can aggregate the data that's available across different financial services provider, and you can create your own scoring. Alternate data has been used for long, especially most of the fintechs today's time, which are into that lending sort of thing. They have been using alternate data because they combine bureau data along with, but as a bank, you can certainly create that as, internally as well.
So this account aggregator concept has been rolled out, or just under the?
No, you have to still take consent before you get the access to that data.
Any account aggregators have been authorized by RBI, or is it just information speed?
So FIPs and FIUs have been identified as of few weeks ago. That's what I know. I'm sure some account aggregators have also been identified. I don't know the names at the moment at the top of my head, but I'm assuming most of these would be very similar to the ones, yeah, I'm drawing the blank on the name, but the companies which do some of those depository kind of work, I'm assuming are into that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Was it useful? Did it make any sense? Is there any, like, was I completely in a different this thing, or any questions?
I think this is a new concept that we are bringing about. And in overseas, it has been working because you are referring Australia and everything. I was there partly in Australia for 3 years. Because that banking system, it is totally different compared to what we are having here.
Yes.
If those things are, if it could be, we have started banking on the unsecured loans, how it could be made fully digitally. Slowly, we are stepping ahead to enhance our customer experience and everything. What status we are in, and how long it may take to reach that overseas countries?
More than the banking system's maturity, even though the banking system maturity does play a role in that, among those 5 parameters that I was telling about, the biggest thing in India is the maturity of the user base itself, the customer itself, and I think that's evolving fairly rapidly. And another thing that if you remember that slide, it talked about 5 things. One of the things was innovation, that exists in that particular country. And we are very, very far ahead when it comes to innovation. The amount of the money that's chasing this fintechs and the amount of innovation that they are able to come up, and all these new neobanks, etc. And subsequently, you can imagine if account aggregators and this FIP, FIU starts to work the way it's intended, though it's been there for some time, for some reason it did not take off. My theory is it did not take off because the most immediate use case of payments was already being met. Even though it's low margin business payments, in some cases no margin almost, that was the most immediate need that existed, and digital payments, because of demonetization and whatever, just took off. So the other urgent need to collect data and create something meaningful, somehow that was put in the back burner. But now with, as RBI is kind of going ahead with this whole FIP, FIU, the account aggregator thing, you can imagine some entities which will start using this data and create something. So I would suggest in summary, to answer your question, I'm thinking you probably have 2 to 3 years before we'll start seeing some really interesting innovation using this. It's not happening next year for sure. I don't have, but certainly within 18 to 24 months, you'll see some of the new innovations coming up. Yes.
You talked about monetization. So what is the best method for metering? This is one question. And
metering of APIs?
Yes, yes.
It's a very technical question. I won't be able to answer it very quickly here. It totally depends on, again, what you're selling and what's the unit that's being sold on a per API call. So we'll have to go a little bit in depth, but what's the next question?
The next question is about data security.
Yeah, that's so what question on data security? It's an important thing.
Actually, how to ensure data security, and it should not be leaked, because once the data goes out of my system, I will have no control on that.
If the data goes out of your system, it's not your responsibility, first of all, because RBI is mandating FIPs, they are supposed to secure it. As a bank, you have to worry about what lies within your infrastructure. If, as part of a consent, if you shared the data, immediately it becomes the responsibility of those entities, and they will be asked to store it for only certain time or not store it. In fact, some of them can't even store it also. So you'll not have to worry about that security. I think as long as you're doing what you're doing within your bank, right? It will become problematic if you become an FIU, for example, where you collect the data from different, and then you bring the data, then it becomes your responsibility. Then ultimately everything that you can do to secure the data, whatever best data security practices that you can adopt, encryption and whatnot, again, that's a very vast field. Then it becomes your responsibility. The data going out becomes the responsibility of whoever is using it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Prithvijit, you had something? Yes.
Whatever APIs we have, we currently as a bank, we are using APIs for our internal services, we consume them. But tomorrow, let's say we wish to build API stack, a library for which we want to go out and charge on a per ping basis, or we rent it out, whichever way.
Whichever way. What kind of infrastructure requirement could there be, could it require for the bank to set up? One. Second is on the regulations, whether RBI allows that a bank, PSU bank or any other bank in India to monetize the stack to rent it out or lend it as a service. And those two.
So second part wasn't very clear when you say rent what out as a service?
The APIs, the stack.
APIs are anyway meant to be used by not just internally. If you're participating in an open banking space, the idea is that you will create certain meaningful capabilities or competencies which will be valued by others. And that's what they will ask you to pay for, right? They will pay you to basically use those services. When it comes to open banking, so there are two things. One is the data itself, and that's what RBI has created, because data is the key. So they have said that, hey, if Bank of Baroda wants to create newer solutions, newer capabilities, that first is getting the data and the security part that we talked about. So you become a financial information user. You collect data from, say, the transactions of the ICICI Bank or HDFC, whichever bank you want, or the credit card companies. When you go to Open Finance, you can collect data from, say, some wealth managers and some others as well. So you can collect all of the data, bring it here. Then a few slides before I close, I talked about the importance of the data infrastructure that you need to create. You need to invest in right sort of infrastructure so you can analyze that data, create insights. Creating that insight is that capability. Suppose you create insights about, after collecting all of the data, you know which customers want to do what. You can predict their actions. So tomorrow, for example, XYZ customer is going to be turning 20, 21. They may want to get some, or maybe 18, probably is too early. 2021, they want to get an education loan or whatever loan. Right? You can predict certain actions, assuming that. It's a very simple use case. Then this use case is something you are selling through an API to someone else. So yes, that is possible. And as far as RBI is concerned, I don't see any place where RBI is saying you cannot do that, because at the end of the day, that's the capability. Others will, even what you're doing at Credit Bureau is the same thing at the end of the day. You're using their APIs to figure out what exactly is the credit score of an individual. So I don't see any reason why RBI would say no, because at the whole idea of helping the financial services sector to get information on customers, so a complete picture of the customers to ultimately benefit the customer. Because today my information is siloed across like 5 bank accounts, 2 credit card accounts, and 1 whatever account, right? If some bank can complete that picture, then they will really know what else can I afford, or what else may I need. And that only when you complete that picture, then you can ultimately do it. So I have no reason to believe RBI will say no to you making that API accessible outside. Sure.
What is your view on whether account aggregator is beneficial
to bank? Because at the end of the day, if, account aggregators are nothing but an intermediary. So, I mean, why do we, back in the day, why would you go to, say, RTO and pay a broker to get certain tasks done, right? At the end of the day, account aggregator simplifies your job by collecting the data from, and they have mandated you can't access it directly anyhow, first of all, so you have to go through an account aggregator. Account aggregators can't store the data, so that way the risk is minimized. But as a bank, one of the benefits that you can get from account aggregators, the example that I shared in UK, because of the fragmentation of regulations, there are various different standards that exist, various different ways the data is made available. These folks will be standardizing and making it easy for you to for you to use that data. So suppose bank A creates data in some format, bank B makes it available in other format. Even that may not, that's a hypothetical case, will not happen because RBI will say, hey, this is the format you have to follow. But suppose you have one bank, you have an insurer or whoever else, you want to aggregate the data and use it. So these are the intermediaries you will go to. They are just intermediate. Ultimately, what you would do with the data is what's going to be beneficial to you. They just kind of simplifies the whole workflow for you. Helps you. I mean, ultimately, you'll have to pay some fees for that, but that's what it is. Are we on time or are we over time? Okay, thank you so much.
So that's Mr. Ashutosh Sharma.
Thank you so much.
Open banking, it was almost a tech jargon for many of us who have just heard open banking. But now I can surely ensure, sir, that everyone would have a fair idea. And also the question answers that were raised over here, that also shows the inquisitiveness among all the audience. And surely they would be digging in further to know about open banking. So thank you for presenting the global perspective. Now I would like to call upon our Chief General Manager, Mr. Rajesh Malhotra, Retail and MSME Banking, to felicitate Mr. Ashutosh Sharma. Thank you very much, sir. So we are heading towards the last session of the day, and the speaker for this session is already in the house, tete-a-tete with India's largest cryptocurrency exchange, CoinSwitch Kuber, Mr. Ashish Singhal, co-founder and CEO of CoinSwitch Kuber. In 5 minutes, we'll be starting off with the session. So once again, a good evening to all. And we have few fresh faces falling in for the last session. So now we'll be having tete-a-tete with India's largest cryptocurrency website, CoinSwitch Kuber. We have Mr. Ashish Singhal, co-founder and CEO of CoinSwitch Kuber. So now, when we talk about cryptocurrency, this is a term which excites all. Everyone is excited after hearing cryptocurrency, but at the same time, it is as cryptic as the name suggests. And also, I would like to draw reference from your advert, sir. In that advert, that person comes in and says कि कुछ घुसता नहीं है खोपड़ी में सब कुछ कबाड़ है बोलती झाड़ है. So this is the situation that we have the people in and around us when we talk about cryptocurrency. Now the thing that excites us is when we see Ethereum or a Bitcoin hitting an all-time high, some meme currency like a Dogecoin or a SHIB, which was hardly a fraction of paisa, and which has compounded almost 100,000 times. And when we see that, it obviously invokes excitement and also invokes fear. Now, what exactly is cryptocurrency? I wouldn't tell much, but we have a distinguished speaker with us, and thank God for that. From back in his app pondering engineering days to the one he developed at Amazon as part of Jeff Bezos' crack team, his approach is lucid. Build what customer wants and make it as simple as they wish. It's exactly that philosophy that has helped CoinSwitch Kuber become the wealth tech destination for every Indian, in keeping with its mission to make money equal for all. The success of CoinSwitch Kuber is so much a function of its vision of its co-founder, who standing in crypto ecosystem is so respected. He is the co-chair of the Blockchain and Crypto Assets Council and a driving force in affecting a blockchain-based technological shift in India. We are delighted that he took time for us in his loaded schedule. And he is over here to have a tete-a-tete with all of us. So kindly welcome Mr. Ashish Singhal, co-founder and CEO CoinSwitch Kuber. After this session, kuch to zarur badlega.
Let's see. Hello everyone. Myself Ashish, and thanks again for the amazing introduction. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Crypto 5 years ago used to be a talk which would be away from banks, right? Which we wouldn't talk crypto in front of banking. Today, being at a stage, speaking at the BOB conference, I think we have come a long way in what this industry is all about. So today I will be demystifying a bit of crypto, not going too depth into crypto, but telling you what is important in crypto, what is blockchain, and then taking you through a use case which is CoinSwitch, and helping you understand how CoinSwitch has built a company which is now trusted by not just 18 million users in India, but also by their banking partners, by the regulators, and why that is the case. Because when it comes to crypto, we always think of terror financing or money laundering, and I want to address those questions head on and tell you how CoinSwitch was able to solve those problems and become such a big, large company, and how we are in a mission to go from millions to billions of people, adding billions of people to the crypto bandwagon, right? We'll keep it very informal, so please feel free to ask any questions. Before I start, can I ask you a couple of questions? How many of you have actually invested into crypto? Can you please raise your hands if... No one. Okay. A couple of folks. How many want to invest in crypto? That is why want is a better question, I think. So many of you, and let's see toward the end of the session if you can change the total addressable market of the people who want to invest into crypto. Going on to what is blockchain? Blockchain is about creating transactions between two parties without the need of an intermediary, right? Now that's the textbook definition, but what it actually means is that, say, two people wants to transact between each other, want to transact 100 rupees between each other, but they don't know each other. How would they do that? They would find a trusted third party. It could be a bank, it could be a payments bank or a wallet like a Paytm, who they both trust. So I will transfer 100 rupees to Paytm. Paytm will facilitate the transfer to the other party, and the other party will acknowledge the receive and tell Paytm, which will acknowledge back to me. right? So because we didn't trust each other, we trusted a third party in between to facilitate any transfer. And that is how most of the services work today, right? Even if you're booking a cab, Uber is that central entity which you are dealing with because you don't trust your driver directly, right? Even if you're buying food online, you go through Swiggy's, Zomato's of the world, right? So what blockchain is trying to build a mechanism in which you don't have to trust a third party. You can directly deal with any party in a trustless environment, and that happens through code. Millions of miners on the blockchain basically enables you to transact directly between users without the need of the actual third party in between. Now addressing the point, what is crypto? Crypto is nothing much than an incentivization mechanism built on blockchain. To put it in a layman's term, you can equate it to shares of a company. Say you bought Amazon shares because you believe that Amazon is building the future of e-commerce, future for the world, where more and more products, if it sells online, the value of Amazon would grow. And because you are a shareholder, that value, your value, what you invested, would also grow. Cryptos, in a way, it is much more than that, but just to simplify, it is like shares, owning shares of a blockchain. If the use of a blockchain increases, say tomorrow Paytm is built on a blockchain, right? And you own, say, Paytm coins, then over time, as more and more people use that blockchain technology of Paytm, the value would grow and your worth that you invested would grow as well, right? Now we have heard it time and again that blockchain is good, blockchain is amazing, it could solve amazing things. Even CBDC, which is central bank digital currency, wants to adopt CBDC and launch their own token, the CBDC token online, but crypto is all bad. Crypto is used for bad things and is all bad altogether. But why is crypto important? I want to explain a use case that without crypto, blockchain will not exist, right? And these two are tied very tightly together. So the argument of blockchain is good and crypto is bad is actually false. If crypto does not exist, blockchain will also not exist, right? And to again take a very simple example to explain you that use case, let's go back 20 years. Say if you want to launch a business online, what would you do if, 20 years ago? Is probably you'll order servers online, host them in your garage or in your office, take 2 months to connect it to the internet, and then launch your business online. Then Amazon came along, said, oh, you don't have to do that. I have a warehouse full of servers. You can just host it there and be instantly available online, right? But what is the catch there? You have to pay your revenue now to Amazon, right? And that is the Web 2 world that we live in today. What is happening in Web 3? Now, since you all are listening to my talk, your phones probably are sitting idle. What blockchain is doing, and this is just one use case of blockchain, that it is connecting all your phones together and creating a network on which any business can now be hosted. But why would I give my phone to host somebody else's business? What is in it for me? Every one of us will ask. And the answer is crypto. The incentive that we will receive cryptocurrencies of that blockchain by helping create this network is the incentive for me to be part of this network. And as more and more people become part of this network, the value grows. More businesses can now host on this network and create more value. So it's a chicken egg, again, situation where more people in this network create more value for businesses to be part of this network. And instead of a single company like Amazon gaining all the money from all the businesses, it's now all of us, which are basically getting the value when more businesses come online, right? So that is the new Web 3, new way of building technology that is evolving. And that is why crypto, blockchain, and Web 3 are all intertwined into a single technology or a single play itself. They're not distinct apart. They're all the same thing. Asia now has the highest adoption of crypto technology. Today, 40% of the crypto transactions come from Asia. Coming from a point where US used to dominate the world, it's now our chance that we are getting in Asia, in India, that we are building these technologies in-house, right? coming to India, today we have over 16 to 20 million of Indians investing into crypto. And it's not just the tier 1 metro cities which are investing, right? Today our users come from tier 2, tier 3 cities, 60% of them, right? Investing into the crypto technology, and these are young folks, 25, 26. You can also say that, the greed is driving this. They want to be millionaires within the next few years and retire, right? There is a bit of that, right? No denying that. But a lot of these folks are internet first generation. They are learning the internet. They are the Twitter first generation, right? They are learning what is happening in the West, what is happening in the world, and how crypto can be the new ecosystem, the new Web3, the new internet itself, right? And we believe the next Google, the next Facebook, the next Microsoft would come from India and would be built on blockchain. We didn't get to build these companies back in the day because we didn't have the resources. We became the services destination for the world. We became now the product destination for the world. But crypto is giving us an opportunity to become the infrastructure destination of the world. We have always been an importer of technology. We can be the exporter of tech by building the new Web3 ecosystem itself. And Polygon, Matic, which you might have heard of, is one of the great examples. A company built in India, now owning $15 billion worth, and is dominating the crypto space, the infrastructure space. A lot of businesses coming online into crypto using that particular technology. So we don't have to rely on Amazons, Microsofts of the world now, and we can build our own technology in-house. So we have talked about the crypto ecosystem, and again, it's a shameless plug that I'll talk about our story here. Not because I want to make you investors into CoinSwitch. If you do, great for me. But what I want to do is take an actual case study. How an Indian company innovating in this space and taking things head on, addressing the issues that all of you think about, right? That what if, crypto is used in terror financing? What if, people are doing billions of dollars of money laundering and take it anywhere in the world because it's P2P technology itself. Yes.
Yeah. I think so. Because we are not. So of course, we are also very much curious who is mining the mining the currency, where they extract from that, or where it comes, whether India is participating in that, and what I think somebody is telling, some news is also coming, it is also against the green.
Yes.
Because so much energy is required for the extraction of the data or extraction of the. So I think some backgrounds we want on that.
Yes.
Some knowledge, how it.
So I hope to answer all of your questions in this PPT, and toward the end I will again come back to you if those questions are not answered. So just to repeat what the gentleman asked was, what his understanding, or he feels the major understanding in India is that users are transferring crypto one to another without KYC, moving money outside. How is this crypto, if it's not mined in India, coming to India? Are there other illegal activities happening in this space, and how are companies addressing those issues? And I hope to address those issues through our story, right? What are the measures that we have taken, being the largest in this space? And it's not us, it's the entire industry which are forming similar instances and following similar practices all across. So just to give you, a background on myself, I come from, although, thanks for the great introduction, but apart from companies like, working in companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Zynga, what you actually need to know about three of us is that we've been friends for over 15 years now. We met on first day of college and have been friends ever since, with my partners Vimal and Govind. Another thing to know about us is that we are hackers. So please don't be alarmed. We're not going to hack any one of you. We are ethical hackers. So any hackathon in India that you can think of, we would have won it, including Google Code for India, LinkedIn hack, Sequoia hack, or any hack for that matters. Actually, we got introduced to crypto by trying to learn new technology on Reddit. We got introduced to the Bitcoin white paper, and that's how we got to know what this crypto is all about. We started in 2017, so we are a 5-year-old company now. Started during the time when the RBI ban was happening. Started in late 2017, April is when the ban came in. Went outside, started doing global business in 160 plus countries. But the opportunity opened up in 2020 when the Supreme Court kind of reverted the RBI ban, right? And at that point, we decided to come back to India and launch our product, CoinSwitch Kuber, in India. Now we have paused our global operations to focus on India, and you will see why probably during the slides. When we came to India, the problem was crypto buying and selling was very complex. You have to go to an exchange, understand complicated graphs and order books to get into crypto. While users like you are used to, say, Swiggy, Zomato, one-click food ordering, one-click cab booking, the crypto experience was nowhere near it. And that's where we launched Kuber to help retail users invest into crypto by a click of a button. We are the simplest platform in India today to get into crypto. Having social triggers, having, doing the heavy lifting ourselves, giving you the best possible experience. How we have built that and why others failed to do that early in the market is because we realized that the issues with crypto do exist, right? What RBI talks about, capital controls being broken, FATF, PMLA do exist, right? But the idea wasn't to run away from these problems. The idea was to solve these problems. So we equated CoinSwitch to a stockbroker. We say, okay, these problems do exist with stocks as well. Obviously, you can't take the stocks outside and sell it in US. But can we equate our model to a stock broking model so that people can relate to us? When we talk to banking partners, when we talk to government, they can at least relate to us, what we are saying, right? So how we build CoinSwitch is like a broker, like a Zerodhas of the Grows of the world, right? A user creates an account on us, does his KYC, 100% KYC, which I'll go to. We act as a broker with aggregating Indian exchanges to fulfill orders of the user on user's behalf. And users can only buy and sell crypto in INR. So no foreign involvement, no money coming from outside is allowed on our platform. And we simply act as a broker connecting an Indian user to exchanges in India to convert to buy or sell cryptocurrencies. We have a very stringent onboarding process similar to a stockbroker. We do PAN verification, Aadhaar verification. None of the users, even a single rupee, they can't put into CoinSwitch Kuber if they haven't gone through all these processes. After their Aadhaar and PAN verification, we do bank account penny drop testing as well, making sure that their name in the PAN is matching the name in the bank account, making sure that the source of fund is your account only. You're not putting money from any other account, buying from any other account. And then when you sell your crypto at profit or loss and take that money back, it can only go to the bank account which you initially associated CoinSwitch with. Now you would say the problem still exists. I buy crypto, take it outside and do whatever with it, right? I can still buy crypto, transfer it to US, to Pakistan, to Afghanistan, to anywhere that I want to, right? So that is why we created something called a walled garden approach. This is a very unique model that only exists in our company in India. What it does is it creates a boundary that a user cannot transfer crypto to any other user. Crypto cannot be accepted as well by any of our users on CoinSwitch Kuber platform. So it's a limited kind of a park that they can play in. I'll come to that as well. So that's the argument, right? If you go with the ethics, then everything is in play. Then you can't have, FATF, PMLA guidelines adherence. But if you build this, then that is the other argument, and I'll come to that. So the idea is to build walled garden to make sure that there is it acts like a stockbroking. You can only invest into crypto, buy crypto, sell it back into INR, and take INR back to your account. So there is no crypto movement happening within the ecosystem. So no crypto can move out, no crypto can move into the country, and always remain within the CoinSwitch platform, making sure that we are very equivalent to an investment platform rather than a crypto platform per se. That is the reason that we are trusted today, not just by 18 million users in India, but by regulators, by banking partners, and by every stakeholder that interacts with us. And we have built some of the industry-leading products like Riskometer, which people talk about cryptos are risky. I agree, cryptos are definitely risky. And within crypto, the risk varies. If you're buying a meme coin like Doge, the risk is very high. But probably if you're buying Ethereum, which is a platform in the making, the relative risk is much lower, right? So we have created something, a Riskometer, learning from the mutual fund industry and launching on CoinSwitch so that users can learn about the risk and while investing into crypto. We are the first ones to launch RBP, which is recurring by plan, so that they don't have to time the market. It's not a bet. They're taking a long-term bet on the investment as an asset class. Today, in the last 22 months, we have grown to, I've said it multiple times, 18 million users, 500 plus employees. We are the first ever Anderson Horowitz investment of India. We are Tiger Global's first crypto investment of India and valued about $2 billion today. Our plans, so today our users are young. Average age of our user is 25, 26. Today they can afford the risk that they take with crypto. But tomorrow, say they get married, they have children now, they can't afford the risk that they take with crypto. So they would want to diversify. They would want to go into mutual funds, stocks, bonds, gold, and ETFs, right? Doesn't mean they go away from crypto, but crypto becomes a part of their portfolio rather than the complete portfolio itself, right? And that is why we want to grow with our users. Today, we are a crypto-only platform. We are moving towards a well-tech startup, adding stocks, mutual fund, and other asset classes onto our platform alongside crypto, helping users invest and diversify further. It doesn't, yeah, yes. So BACC, which I'm the co-chair of, creates SROs, self-regulations, which are imposed on all the companies which are part of BACC. So that is why it might seem like a marketing line, but I always say that we are not building a company, we are building an industry, because the norms that we follow at CoinSwitch becomes the norm of the industry itself. Like we said, CoinSwitch mission is to make money equal for all. We believe the opportunities that are there with the HNIs aren't there with the retail users. Retail users are always given the short end of the stick. And that is what we want to change through CoinSwitch by giving them the right opportunities of growing their money along the way. Last but not the least, the team that has made it possible comes from deep banking backgrounds, deep regulatory backgrounds, creating CoinSwitch not just as a company but as an industry, making sure we are the most compliant crypto company in India. So that's all that I had to speak about. Happy to take a lot of questions from you guys. Yes. So currently we are not allowed to do OTP verification because we don't come under the SEBI purview or a regulatory purview. I think it happens through XML download and upload and then the verification. So OTP cannot happen, but XML download can still happen. It's the public network.
Okay. If this network goes down, so how do you protect customers' interest?
That is the reason that it's a public network. So it can go down at the very early stages. So how we protect our users, we only list coins which are above a certain threshold. So if you create it to a stock market, we say that we don't list penny stocks, which can go down any time, but we list, say, high worth, where the network is big enough that the network effect itself will make sure that the network never goes down. And it has never happened in any Indian platform that a coin has been delisted because the network has gone down.
Okay, there was a news in January 2021 regarding the network went down and people lost a lot of money in that.
You might be talking about the network of exchanges going down, or
yeah.
So exchange can go down. Exchange is like even I'm assuming Bank of Baroda goes down sometimes because of the demand or because of the user, right? So we are all learning, we are all building. Even Amazons and Googles of the world goes down time to time. So the idea is that obviously users will not lose their money because it's an investment. During that time, they can't use our platform. because we are down, but we obviously have an amazing tech team which works and which has actually built what Amazon stands in. Like I built that platform where Amazon runs, right? So we have deep technical expertise to run these platforms, but we do make mistakes as well.
So just to add here, how the Bitcoin, which is being mined in the network, that network cannot go down.
Yes. So that networks, think of it this way, that why Amazon network is so hard to go down, although it goes down, and I'll take that analogy and then go to Bitcoin, because Amazon has failover applications. They have the same server, same data running across 9 regions, making sure that even if 2, 3 goes down, they can still serve you the right way. In Bitcoin, that number goes from 9 to 1 million. So that is the reason this network, I'm so confident that it will never go down. 9 failovers. Millions of failovers. Every miner on the network runs a full node, which is basically a AWS in itself. So that's why the failover application of Bitcoin is among the highest in the world, and it cannot go down. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm-hmm. So in India, it's not mined, and I'll take that question as the second part. But so today, anyone can be part of the ecosystem. Not with my phone probably now, because the complexity is much higher, but with a decent laptop, I can still be part of the network. I may not earn as much as I want to, but I can be part of network if I want to. And because I can't earn as much, it's not incentively, it's not great for me. That is the reason the mining doesn't happen in India. For mining to happen profitably, you need at least the electricity cost to be less than 3 cents, which is not the case in India. And that is the reason a lot of mining doesn't happen in India.
Yeah, my main apprehension that we have, especially as employees of government undertaking, is whether it is legal to invest, yes or no? A straight question.
Answer is yes, and I can surely say that after the budget, I can say that more confidently. It's like asking, is drinking water legal or not? Since there is no law which makes it legal or illegal, we assume that it's legal, right? So today, the law do not exist, which doesn't make it illegal, right? It makes it unregulated. And hopefully, during the year, you would see regulation coming out, and we are working with the government to help them help them understand this industry and also, contribute to the regulation. And this would become from an unregulated industry to a regulated industry sooner than we think. And obviously, I'm biased in my opinion.
Right. See, and just.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure. So let me answer that a bit differently, right? Although the servers are spread across the world, but they're running the same code. They can't cheat the code. They can't do anything which is not part of the network. It's like saying, if I take one Amazon server and run my website, the payment gateway I run there, Amazon can replace that payment gateway and get the money out, right? On Bitcoin network, that cannot happen because that server is not in the control of anyone. It's controlled by the code, which is central across the Bitcoin network. So any single entity cannot change that. Coming to regulations, obviously you can't control a network with the regulations. But what you can do is you can regulate the entry and exit. So exchanges become the first point of regulation. If we are regulated and users are using us to get into the crypto industry, and if we are regulated, we are adhering to user protection, data privacy, and every law that exists, then that gives the comfort. Yes. You can avoid that through peer-to-peer, through various other dark networks. But the problem with that, sir, is that if you do a peer-to-peer transaction and then you go to an exchange like us and deposit crypto and say, I want to sell this crypto, then we will ask you, how did you get this money? Similar to how a bank handle cash, to be honest, right? If I walk into a bank carrying a big bag of cash, you will definitely ask me a question, how did you acquire that, right? And those are the same questions that we are also asking. And making sure that no negative entity or the dark network is merging with the white network of KYC networks. And that is why regulating exchanges are so important. He can, but how would he convert it to INR? Because outside exchange would not have INR. He can do that, and that is why a travel rule needs to apply, that all exchanges which are regulated across the world, and that is why even PM Narendra Modi's Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am have said that it requires global regulation. It can't be an Indian regulation per se. So code is open source. So nobody controls it. It's the community which comes together if there are any changes. So like any open source project which is out there, how they are run, similar to that, all the Bitcoin and the crypto products.
I have one question.
One last question.
Excuse me, 1 minute, sir.
This coin switch, as I understand, you are just running a shadow exchange, right? If I am right.
It's not. It's a broker. I would stay away from the word shadow exchange, but a broker. Yeah.
Because suppose if I am investing in this coin switch, so you are going to buy an amount equivalent of cryptocurrency somewhere else.
Yes.
Right? That's what you're
Yes.
doing.
Who defines the value of cryptocurrency, bitcoins?
Yeah.
Suppose RBI defines the value of 1 rupee, 10 rupee, we know the values. So who defines in case
Sure.
of Bitcoin that value of Bitcoin? Who defines?
So the value of crypto, so who decides the value of a stock? It's demand and supply, ultimately. Market decides. So similar to that, on CoinSwitch you may find a different price. On Coinbase you might find a different price because they're different set of users. And it's different set of... So that is a wrong assumption, sir, that the terror activities are driving the demand up and... Yeah. So the network is so big that, to be honest, even these activities are happening, they can't be in trillions of dollars. Today, it's multifold of stock market which is getting traded in crypto. To move a price of any crypto, or say the top cryptos by $100, you require trillions worth of trading volume to happen. So it's not as easy to manipulate prices as people think it is. It is like a Amazon price. You want to manipulate Amazon price, you require to hold a lot of... Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, excuse me. Hello.
Yeah, so I think that's a very important question to address. So I'll just take this one question. So what will happen, none of us were saying, or none of our users were saying that we'll not pay tax. We actually pay tax today as well, right? But before 30%, I think what 1% TDS would do to us is very bad. Today, a normal trader makes about 0.01 to 0.05% in profits. Taxing them at 1% TDS would mean we are locking up their capital with the government. So if they trade 200 times a day, their entire capital get locked up with the government, which will make them move out of the country. So although 30% taxation is definitely welcome, but 1% TDS would actually dry up the crypto industry and would have negative impact. The track and trace, the intention of TDS was to track and trace crypto transactions, would go the other way because people would now try to move out of the country rather than staying in the country. So I think that is one issue that we are working with government to resolve.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, you've been a great engaging audience.
Sorry, sir. Yes. Thanks everyone. Thank you.
Last question. It's not about again talking about this. I would take this a commendable job by you, because though crypto to understand, because it's always in the black, the shadow market that this. So you are doing a good job, but maybe regulations are not yet. Going forward, what is the link between this Bitcoins and the metaverse? Is this the digital currency that going to be part of the metaverse? How is that your journey? So that would help us more to understand.
Online, the biggest problem is piracy, right? So what crypto solves, or what blockchain ended up solving, although it was created to be the destroyer of banks, as I call it, but it became much bigger than that. And currency use cases subsided, right? We know that it would be with RBI, it would be with the sovereign nation itself. But what it ended up solving, the blockchain, is proof of identity. So in a metaverse, when say you own a jacket, then you has to own it. But how do you prove the ownership of it? Then it links back to the blockchain ecosystem, the NFTs, the cryptos ecosystem. As a user, you don't need to understand crypto to use metaverse, but the underlying technology would be based on blockchain because what it provides to the ecosystem. Yes. Yes. So like your Twitter photo now can be an NFT, which is your digital avatar only belonging to you. Nobody can copy it, nobody can pirate it in a digital world. In a physical world, we can issue, physical world it's much easier to secure privacy, but in digital world it's much harder. Thanks. I'm not sure if I have, but yes. Yes. Sure. Sure. Sir, I personally believe the merchant trade you will not see for the next 10 to 15 years in India. I feel CBDCs are the right solution to do merchant trades using the blockchain technology, and the crypto would be basically your stable currency, which is INR itself, controlled by RBI. But this technology would be used for the likes of metaverse, NFTs, building the new web. So there are more cases. So I personally, and this is just my personal opinion, that mode of transaction may not be the crypto's biggest use case, as it started there, but it probably is not the biggest use case today. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to stop the
Thanks,
participants. Thank you very much, Mr. Ashish. As expected, I suppose the question that I asked है कुछ बदलेगा, the audience should answer कुछ बदला. I just want to ask one question. How many of you will now invest into crypto? Okay, so that was Mr. Ashish Singhal, co-founder and CEO of CoinSwitch Kuber. We are proud to have him over here, a locally grown company changing the face of crypto space. Thank you very much, sir. And a big round of applause for Mr. Ashish. Now, I would like to call upon our General Manager, Zonal Head, Meerut Zone, Mr. Ashwini Kumar, to sir, please come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Ashish Singhal. And Mr. Ashish would be here. You can surely get hold of him and ask the questions. So lastly, thank you all for being an amazing and engaging audience for the entire day. We had 5 sessions and they were almost jam-packed. Tomorrow we have some amazing sessions lined up. To just give you a gist, we have an amazing panel discussion with illustrious speakers who will be discussing about BNPL, that is Buy Now, Pay Later. What it is and how it is changing the finance side, that is something we'll discuss. Then preview of digital lending products of our bank for financial year 23. And finally, the advanced analytics in BFSI sector. So these are the sessions that are lined up for tomorrow. See you all. This is Akshay here, signing off for the day. Thank you very much. I would request all the participants to move towards Grand Ballroom, wherein we will be having the awards function, followed by gala dinner. Thank you. Have a great night.